forget, tomorrow we've got the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association Summer Nationals right behind you on the river. Tomorrow, gates open at 9. They'll have a beer garden and a barbecue concession stand on site. Tickets are only $20. Kids 12 and under are free with a paid adult. So if you're not doing anything tomorrow and like to check out some drag boats, we'll be doing that here on the Fraser River right behind us. Hope to see you there. Just some last minute track prep work and light testing going on, and we will be starting our Friday Night Street Legal sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. The run order tonight will be Outlaw, Motorcycle, Sports Compact, Domestic. And if you would like the run order, we do have copies at the bottom of the tower on the whiteboard. If you would like a copy of the run schedule, come on down and grab yourself one. We're going to start with Outlaw, then Motorcycle, Sports Compact, and then Domestic. Just a reminder, folks, about the rules here. Maybe you came in a little late. I'm just going to quickly go over the main facts. No AC running for the entire evening. And I know, but it leaves water on the racetrack, and we just can't have that for safety reasons. Be sure your car numbers are big and bold and they are on the driver's side of your vehicle. Make sure we can see it from the tower at least 50 feet away, please. Also, if you're new and you need a few pointers, just write an N on the side of your vehicle, on the driver's side, and our starters will be happy to help you. Clean out your wheel wells before coming into the burnout box. Fill your tech cards out in full. Every line across the top section and applicable vehicle information. And your tech card must be looked over and signed by a tech staff member. Dogs and pets must be kept on leashes at all times. Speed limit is 5 kilometers an hour, folks. 5. Coast through the pits, please. No double hits per round. 1 pass per lane call. Left car exits first. Of course, you know I don't need to tell you that this is a smoke, drug, and alcohol-free facility. We are family-friendly here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Also, if you're 15 and younger, you're prohibited from riding or driving anything with wheels. So please, no bikes or scooters. If you are going to be in a restricted area, you need a restricted wristband, and you can find those at Tech. Just a reminder, folks, no flip-flops, no shorts, and no tank tops. If you're a racer, we're going to need you having closed-toed shoes, long pants, and sleeves on your shirt, please. All right, folks, we're just about ready to get underway here. Just a few more moments. Big thanks again to the Titanium Auto Group and Mopac Auto Supplies, TCS Performance Transmission Products. I'd like to say hello to everybody on our live stream. Hey, everybody. Hope you guys come on down soon. We'd love to see ya. It's hot out there, folks, so be sure to stay hydrated. Check out the concession stand for all the drinks you could possibly want. Say hello to Clara for us down there, the Employee of the Year. The concession stand with delicious food. I must say that fries and gravy, even the poutine, delicious. It's almost dinner time, so get on over to the concession stand and see Clara and get some dinner. Also, the Pro Shop, they also have ice-cold refreshments, as well as ice cream, candy, T-shirts, hats, Matchbox cars, and much, much more. Check it out, the Pro Shop. I'll have to get down there because I usually buy a T-shirt every race because, you know, I got to get with the program here. So hopefully they've got some new T-shirts in there for me to buy. And hey, were you at Door Wars 11? That last big race? Holy tamales, what a great time we had. I hope you were here. It was amazing. Those pro mods, door slammers. We had 16 pro mods, you guys, and 42 door slammers. Wow, what a weekend it was, Door Wars 11. Can't wait to do that again next year. All right, folks, it's time to get the show on the road. Can we get all Outlaw and motorcycle to the lanes, please? Outlaw and motorcycles to the lanes, please. Just about ready to start our Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. And don't forget, if you want a copy of the run order, they're downstairs at the bottom of the tower on the whiteboard. You can grab a copy so you know what's going on. Outlaws and motorcycles to the lanes, please. Friday Night Street Legals, where you get to have some fun and bring your car out and be the race car driver. Get on your phone and text your friends. Tell them to bring down their vehicle. Bring down the Tesla. Bring down the grocery getter. Let's see what it can do on the track, folks. All Outlaw and motorcycle, you should be making your way to the lanes, please. Don't forget, we have a Mopac Street Legals next Friday, July the 21st. And of course, the big TNT West Coast Classic, July 28th to 30th. That's a big payout bracket race coming up. And August 4th to 6th, the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags, the Gasser Get Down Street Rod, Street Classic, Street Machine, Outlaw, Pro Mods, and more. All happening at the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. You don't want to miss that one, folks. Of course, the next big one is, of course, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco. You have to say it like that because it's so cool. And that's August 24th to 27th. And I'm sure that you've been to a Smoke, Fire, and Thunder before. If you have not, this has to be your year to check it out. A huge race, a great old time. That's August 24th to 27th. All right, here we go. Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Our first car coming up to the water box. We've got Ken Smith in the Lordco lane from Chilliwack, BC, driving a 2007 Mustang, going against Raz Van Diesan from Maple Ridge, the 1996 VW Golf, and he's a part of Team All Race. Our first two cars here at the Friday Night Street Legals on the Titanium Strip. Two greens and a lot of booms from Razvan. And a 11.15, 126 miles an hour for Ken Smith. Razvan at 11.72 at 114. Malia Basal from Coquitlam, BC, racing a 2018 Audi RS3 going against Clayton Schultz. He's from Coquitlam as well, 2019 Dodge running a 392 Hemi. Malia 10.47, 131 miles an hour, taking that round despite a 1.1 second reaction time. Joel Smith in the TCS lane. He's from Abbotsford, 1971 Pontiac, going against Jerry Delaney in that 66 Acadian. Jerry's running a Chev 540. Joel, sponsored by Zapstrap Racing, and he is Tyler Smith's dad. Joel taking it at 10.70, 130 miles an hour. Joel Smith, of course, the dad of Tyler Smith, who's been cleaning up in Junior Street. Jerry Delaney at 11.77 at 120 miles an hour. Don Iasugi from Coquitlam in the 2008 Mustang going against Robert McLean from Burnaby in the 2018 Chevy. Pretty even reaction times. Looks like Robert pulling away after the 8th mile, 11.37, 123 miles an hour. Don with a 12.13 at 116 with a 5. Here's Dale Wood from Mission, 1972 Nova. An 11.56, 616 miles an hour for Dale Wood. Big thanks to Mopac Auto Supply sponsoring the Outlaw class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycles and sports compact to the lanes, please? Motorcycles and sports compact to the lanes, please. It is Drago. He's from Surrey in the 2021 Mustang. And I was talking to him in the pits. He says that car has around 2,000 horsepower, folks. 2,000 horsepower. Pretty awesome. He says it usually races at the track rental days and at Friday night street legals. Not too much into the bracket racing, but here he is today with us at Friday night street legals. Putting it a little bit sideways there for Ivan Kirkovic, but he's just here to have some fun, and he has a lot of passes ahead of him tonight. Just so much power in that Mustang with that Coyote engine. Beautiful car. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, motorcycle and sports compact. You should be making your way to the lanes, please. Motorcycles and sports compact. All right, in the TCS lane, we have a Malibu. We don't quite have all of the tech cars into the tower quite yet, but we will, and we will know who you are. Malibu in the TCS lane. Fox Body Mustang in the Lordco lane. Don't forget, if you are new and need some pointers, just draw a N on the driver's side of your car, and our starters and staff will help you out. Bulbs are lit, double green. Mustang have no problem at all. Much better reaction time at 11.36 at 116 miles an hour. And the Malibu at 12.92 at 103 with a 3. Chris Rathey here, our first motorcycle at the Friday Night Street Legals tonight. Motorcycle class sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Chris is from Abbotsford, racing that ZX 10R. Chris missing a gear around the 8th mile, but again, the first pass for him tonight, a 12.10 at 124 miles an hour. That is not bad at all, folks. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call for sports compact. Last call for sports compact. Got Daniel LaPraise from Abbey in the Audi. And we've got a BMW in the Lordco lane. By the looks of that smoke, it looks like a diesel. 10.95, 126 miles an hour for Daniel, and a 13.13 at 108 for the BMW. We have a BMW in the TCS lane going against Tarek Delmer in his 2022 Subaru. Tarek's from Delta. And the BMW with a 12.5, 189 miles an hour. And Tarek a 14.65 at 95. Here we go, battle of the bugs, Volkswagen bugs, that is. Kevin Kaiser in the TCS lane from Surrey His 1973 Beetle going against Sam Wood for Mission in the 71 VW Beetle. Punch buggy blue and green. A 13.12 for Kevin Kaiser in the TCS lane and a 13.97 for Sam Wood. So Kevin's got some competition. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestic to the lanes, please? Domestic, can you make your ways to the lanes, please? We've got an Integra versus a Golf. Don't worry, when we get the tech cards, we'll enter it all in. We'll know who these guys are. 15.0894 miles an hour in the TCS lane and a 14.31 at 98 in the Lordco lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestics to the lanes, please. All domestics to the lanes. Be sure to stay hydrated, folks. It is warm out there. Lots of drinks available at the concession stand or the pro shop. And if you do happen to have any type of issue, a little bit of heat stroke, please let our staff members know so we can help you out. Shout out to everyone on the live stream watching. Hey guys, come bring your car out next Friday for the next Friday Night Street Legals. We want to see you and your ride. July 21st, next Friday. We'll see you here, guys, on the live stream. Come on down. Big thanks to Racing Greed for sponsoring the Sports Compact class. Racing Greed, thank you very much. Again, don't forget, tomorrow we've got the Fraser Valley Boat Drag Summer Nationals. Tomorrow, right behind us on the river, they'll have some beer gardens, barbecue concession stand, gates open at 9. It's about 9 to 4. Tickets are $20 and kids 12 and under. You're free with a paid adult. So come hang out with the boat drags tomorrow behind us on the beautiful Fraser River. Moving on into our domestic class now, it's Don Mancinelli from Maple Ridge and his 1967 Ford Fairlane going against Cliff Kosteman from Langley in his 2022 Mustang, folks. Ford battle, new Ford versus old Ford. Who are you putting your bet on? Looked like the Mustang are catching a bunch bunch of tire smoke right off, just spinning those tires off. So much power there in that 2022 Mustang. He just needs that to hook up. Don Mancinelli at 12.18, 112 miles an hour, and Cliff Costaman at 15.65 at 125. Jeremy Jardrager from Abbotsford in his 1980 Chevy truck going against C. Hookham from Mission in that 2010 Dodge running a 345 Hemi. It's a regular on the circuit. C. Hookham a 13.49 at 105 miles an hour. Jeremy a 15.34 at 88 miles an hour. Jen Stoutenberg from Maple Ridge. Oh, a big, big tire spin there for that Chevy. Jen using all the real estate there, boy. Going against that convertible Fox body Mustang, they got a 15.9, 186 miles an hour versus Jen, a 17.74, 88 miles an hour. All right, Tesla's in the Lordco lane, going against Owen Carr in the 68 Pontiac, running a 327 Chev. He is part of the Tyler Cards Brothers family racing team, and look at this, so close at the 1,000 mile, but the Tesla pulls ahead of 13.67 at 101, folks. Owen Carr 14.17 at 96 miles an hour. You do have to watch out for those Teslas. They will sneak up on you. Wow, look at this here. 2021 Chevrolet Corvette. Mehred from Vancouver in the TCS lane going against that Mustang in the Lordco lane. Corvette has a N on the side. That means he is new, folks. So we're giving him a break here. Bulbs are lit. Double green. Here we go. Some tire spin for that Mustang, but that Corvette hooking up. 11.79, 116 with a 2 for the Corvette. A 15.11 at 90 miles an hour for the Mustang. John Kowalski from North Delta in the 62 Ford, running a 363 Ford, going against Pete Conrad. That beautiful 37 Chev. A couple of gorgeous vehicles going down the track here on the titanium strip. 11.34 for the 37 Chev, driven by Pete Conrad, 120 miles an hour. John, a 12.48 at 107 miles an hour. Wow, looks like a Ford Model A here in the TCS lane. Another new driver. Oh, it looks like he's backing out, unfortunately. Cam Penner in the Lordco lane, 2006 Charger, running a 5.7 liter Hemi, sponsored by Race with Day. Now I'm just gonna give you racers a reminder, folks. You can't wear tank tops and race. We're professionals, folks. We need a t-shirt that has short sleeves. We need a closed-toe t-shirt, and we need pants. So I'm sure that that person will go out there and get themselves some sleeves and continue to race here. Cam Penner from Langley, the 2006 Charger, charging down the track. Cam Penner, another regular here at the Friday Night Street Legals. 15.35 at 89 miles an hour. Mustang in the TCS lane, going against Jason Lynch in his 1969 Camaro. Lots of tire spin for the Camaro, trying to hook it up. 12.75 for the Mustang and a 13.56 for the Camaro. You know he'll be wanting to get that traction in the next round. Dodge Hellcat in the TCS lane, going against Matt D from Quadra Island, 1971 Plymouth, with a 406 Magnum. Getting all sorts of tire spin in the Lordco lane, but he got a handle on it. But here is that Hellcat chasing after him and passing him at the 1,000-foot mark. 11.62, 133 miles an hour. For the Hellcat, a 13.03 at 109 for the 71 Plymouth, driven by Matt D. Corvette in the Lordco lane, going against, I think it's a Model A. Goes pretty good, I must say. They had him till the 3:30. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaws to the lane, please? Outlaw class, we need you to the lanes, please. 12.04 in the Lordco lane, 14.28 for the Model A. Another Mustang in the TCS lane. Boy, we are Mustang heavy tonight, aren't we? Get on your phone and text your Camaro and Chevy people. Bring them down here, and might as well bring some Teslas to beat them all. Why don't we? Mustang, Battle Mustang. The convertible having a little problem at the line, but looks like he's getting the hang of it down there in the top end. 14.91, 93 miles an hour in the TCS lane. A 17.69 at 62 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. We need Outlaws to the lanes, please. Outlaws to the lanes, please. Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Your choice for premium performance parts. We'd like to thank Valley Tech Production Group for all your help with our sound, video, Lordco TV, and just about everything. They are amazing, and I'm not sure what we would do without them. So glad to have you out here with us today. It is a warm day. Please stay hydrated. If you can find some shade, that's great. And hi, I see you, everybody. Glad to have you out here. All the kids out here. So great to see you. We missed you. Glad to see your smiling faces out here again. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaw and Motorcycle to the lanes, please? Outlaw and Motorcycle to the lanes, please. Did you know that you can get an NHRA street legal license? Now, how cool is that? NHRA street legal license, only $65. With your NHRA street legal license, you get an official NHRA competition license card, an exclusive 9-second and 5-second decals for NHRA Level 6 street legal racers, recognizing your performance, exclusive discounts with NHRA partners like Summit Racing Equipment and others, 25% off NHRA TV live streaming championship drag racing action from across the country, and $575,000 of excess medical insurance coverage at your NHRA member track. You also get an online subscription to NHRA National Dragster magazine, only for $65. So if you happen to do this, somebody's got to show me their official competition NHRA license, because that is the coolest thing ever. If you're interested, check it out, NHRA online, or come on up to the tower and we can give you further instructions. Outlaw and Motorcycles to the lane, please. Outlaw and Motorcycles to the lanes. All right, so the next vehicle up, what a vehicle it is, and he does have a N on the side of his car. So our starter is giving him some handy pointers. Could be his first time, folks. Now, I wish it was my first time driving that car, because I'd have some fun in reform school. Carl Jameson in the 57 Chevy coming up next. Don't forget, if it's your first time or you're just uneasy, not sure, put an N on the side, driver's side of your car, and you can get some specialized help down there. Willie will let you know what you need to know, but we need to know that you're new, so put an N on the side of your car for that extra little loving helping hand. Here comes Carl Jameson from Langley. He's sponsored by Maximum Collision Abbotsford, the 1957 Chevy. He's running a 383. Good looking 57 Chev, I must say. There he goes, a big old gasser. Hopefully we'll get to see him at the Langley Loafers race in the gasser get down. 14.88, 94 miles an hour for Carl Jameson. Here comes Joel Smith, the 71 Pontiac. He's from Abbotsford, sponsored by Zapstrap Racing, Jerry's OK Tires, and this is Tyler Smith's dad. It's going against Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam, that 2019 Dodge Heavy. All sorts of tire spin there for Joel. He just let right out of that, having some issues. Clayton Schultz, a 12.20, no issues at all, 112 with a 5. Joel, a 16.54, 69 miles an hour. Don Iusugi up next here in the 2008 Mustang. He's from Coquitlam on the TCS lane. Going against the convertible Mustang in the Lordco lane. We don't quite have this driver's name yet, but we will. Mustang versus Mustang here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaw and Motorcycle to the lanes, please? Outlaw and Motorcycle. Looks like they're backing up the convertible. Don Iusugi heading down the track. 12.21, 112 miles an hour for Don Iusugi. Darren Price in the TCS lane in the 1989 Ford Mustang, going against Karen Price in that 1987 Chevy S10. Now, someone's got to tell us if this is husband and wife team racing here. We are just dying to know up here in the tower. Darren Price going against Karen Price here at Friday Night Street Legals. Darren taking this one at 10.95 at 123 versus Karen's 11.51 at 118. Malia Basil from Coquitlam in the 2018 Audi RS3 going against Jerry Delaney from Surrey in the 66 Acadian. He's packing a Chevy 540 Audi versus Acadian. Malaya was hauling after him. However, it was one on the start line, a 10.50 for Jerry, 10.39 for Malia, except her reaction time, a 1.6 with a 9, his a 1.1 with a 7. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compact to the lanes, please. Here we have Mike Enns from Mission. Mike Enns from Mission, 2002 Ford truck doing a licensing pass. Now this is a fast truck sponsored by Crown Door and Rods. And Rods Hot Rods. Say that 3 times fast. All right, he was not getting the traction he was looking for at 12.36, 73 miles an hour. You can hear the power, though, under the hood of that truck. Boy, oh boy. Mike Enns with his licensing pass, 12.36. Moving on here in our Outlaw class, it's Dale Wood from Mission, racing that bright orange 72 Nova. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sports Compact, you should be making your way to the lanes, please. Sports Compact, make your way to the lanes, please. Dale Wood, 11.97 at 115 with a 5. Now we've got Cody Marshall from Chilliwack in the 1980 Malibu, sponsored by Marshall's Mechanical. It's going against Darcy. It's just Darcy. Darcy's in a 97 Mustang. Cody Marshall in the TCS lane, Darcy in the Lordco lane. I can see Darcy, he's ready to go. He's like, let's go, bro. Darcy flying down the track. Cody Marshall having some troubles with that Malibu. Hopefully he can get that figured out. He's running a 355, so he definitely has the power, but having some problems. An 11.39 at 115 miles an hour for Darcy and a 23.66 for Cody Marshall. Moving into our motorcycle class now, motorcycles sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Chris Wrathy from Abbotsford on that ZX 10R. Oh yeah, a much better pass on this one on 11.33, 136 miles an hour for Chris Wrathy. Big thanks to Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. These are two dealerships that are the go-to spots for all your motorcycle needs. Whether you're looking for a high-performance sports bike or a classic cruiser, Mountain View Motorsports has you covered with a wide selection of top brands. And for those of you who are true Harley enthusiasts, Mountain View Harley-Davidson is the place to be, offering the latest models and accessories from the legendary manufacturer. So if you're in the market for a motorcycle or just want to check out the latest gear, make sure to visit Mountain View Motorsports and Mountain View Harley-Davidson. Big thank you for your support, and they say let's get ready to race. Not sure where all of our motorcycles are. Usually you've got Tom Turand and a whole bunch of dudes, but maybe they took the weekend off after the big race last weekend. Weekend before, see. Junior announcer blender, sorry folks. So glad to see you out here tonight at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply, where you get to be the drag racer. Bring your car next weekend and see how fast it goes on the track. Only $50, you can race till 11 p.m., folks. Lots of passes, lots of fun. Bring out your ride next Friday. We got an Audi in the TCS lane, driven by Daniel Laprise. Going against a Mini Cooper. Wow, those Mini Coopers look like they've grown up a little from the ones that I remember. The Audi a little close to the left of the groove, but an 11.61, 123 miles an hour for Daniel, and a 17.14, 81 miles an hour for the Mini Cooper SUV. So here we go, Sam Wood from Mission in the 1971 VW Beetle going against Danny Long from Coquitlam in the 2004 Dodge Neon. Now, I had the exact same car, but it didn't look like that, and it just kept getting stolen. It's one of the most easiest cars to steal. I guess maybe I shouldn't have said that. Nobody steal his car. Sam Wood, a 14.22, 96 miles an hour. Danny Long, a 14.45, 94 miles an hour. So those two, they need to pair up again for sure. Close race, folks. Lordco lane at 11.92, TCS lane at 14.96. We've got a Golf in the TCS lane now, Volkswagen Golf going against the 2017 Infiniti, driven by Calvier Dollywall. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestic to the lanes, please? Domestics to the lanes, please. Calvier Dollywall, an 11.53, 122 miles an hour. And the Golf at 13.28 at 108. Got Kevin Kaiser in the 1973 Beetle from Surrey. Going against the Volkswagen in the Lordco lane. VW battle here. The Gaunch launcher. Kevin having no problems in that Beetle, a 13.04 at 103. And the Lordco lane had a little trouble at the start, a 15.83 at 95. It is a hot day, folks. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Head on down to the concession stand or the pro shop and grab yourself a Gatorade or water or whatever you prefer. Just be sure to stay hydrated. It's spicy warm out there. BMW in the TCS lane. Going against Tarek Dalmir from Delta in the 2022 Subaru. Waiting for the BMW to light that bulb. He does so, double green. BMW launching way ahead of the Subaru. Little bit of a smoke show there. 12.98 at 107 in the TCS lane. Tarek a 14.45 at 96 miles an hour. Rolling into Sports Compact. Carrying on into Sports Compact, big thanks to Racing Greed for sponsoring this class. Audi in the TCS lane going against Richard Evenchko from Langley in 1995 Honda. TCS lane at 10.54 at 132 miles an hour at 12.70 at 111 for Richard in the 95 Honda. VW Golf pulling up in the TCS lane, has an N on the window. Ah, look at him go, he's a professional already. 13.49 at 102 miles an hour for the Volkswagen. Moving into domestic class now. Domestic, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Friday night street legals continuing here, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply on the Titanium Strip that is sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. So glad to see you all out here today. Don't forget, tomorrow the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association is having their big race behind us on the Fraser River. Beer gardens, barbecue concession stand. I don't know about you, but I am definitely going to be there. Further down the track is where it'll be held, and there's actually a big beach. Can you believe it? Bring your lawn chair and come on out, spend the day watching the drag boats. Tomorrow, gates open at 9. Kai Jessamine from Surrey in the K5 Blazer running a 350 in the TCS lane. Going against Cliff Kosteman from Langley, that 2022 Mustang. Smoking those tires right off there. Oh, and a little fishtail at the end of the track there as well. Wow. There is a lot of power in that Mustang driven by Cliff. High adjustment of 14.46, 94 miles an hour. Looks like Cliff rolled through his beam, so no time. Jeff Lethman from Abbotsford driving the 2005 Mustang, going against Jeremy from Abbotsford in his 1980 pickup truck. Two green lights here for Jeff and Jeremy. Jeff, 13.37 at 105 miles an hour. Jeremy, a 15.53 at 86. We've got Jody King in the TCS lane, driving that 1998 Dodge with a 360, going against CJ Hookham from Mission, 2010 Dodge, running a 345 Hemi. 13.36 at 104 for CJ Hookham and a 15.94 at 85 miles an hour for Jody King. Next up is Dave Sherwood. He's from Abbotsford in that 94 convertible Mustang, going against Pete Conrad from Abbotsford in the 37 Chev. He's running a 502, you guys. Great pass, 11.24 at 120 miles an hour, and Dave 15.51 at 93. Next up in the domestic class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply, is Ted Short, the TCS lane, going against Benjamin O'Hannison. He's racing a 2019 Tesla. Tesla versus Mustang, a little problem on the line for the Mustang, going a little sideways, but he did straighten it out. But not enough time to catch that Tesla. 13.70, 101 miles an hour for Benjamin in the Tesla. A 14.35 at 95 miles an hour for Ted. Domestic class sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Next up, we have Norman in the Lordco lane. (2016) Dodge Charger called the Blue Dream, sponsored by Storm and Norman's Roofing. It's going against Dawson. Dawson's racing a 2006 Chrysler. Looks like a couple new guys. We love to see the new guys come out and play. We'd love to see you bring your car out and race it as well. You can do so next Friday. Love to see you. Bulbs are lit here. Green means go. Chrysler was definitely keeping up with Norman, but Norman pulls away in the top end at 12.81 at 108 versus Dawson 13.46 at 106. Yuhan from Langley in the 2021 Dodge in the Lordco lane, going against Don Mancinelli from Maple Ridge in that 67 Ford Fairlane. Whoa, launching. We definitely caught you unprepared, but Yuhan catches him in the end, 11.39 at 132 miles an hour, 12.11 at 112 for Don. Cam Penner in the TCS lane, 2006 Charger, running a 5.7-liter Hemi. Sponsored by Racing with Doug, going against Jason Lynch in that 1969 Camaro. That Camaro hooking up this time. Jason Lynch at 12.44 at 116 with an O. Cam Penner, a 15.44 at 89 miles an hour. Corvette battle here, folks. Look at this. Meredad Amid from Vancouver in the TCS lane, 2021 Chevy Corvette, sponsored by Variety Auto. It's waiting for the red Camaro to bump up into those staging bulbs. There we go, battle Corvette here, folks. Wow, this is a very close race, and the red Corvette pulls ahead at 12.02 versus an 11.88, folks. That's just 1/1100th of a second difference between those two Corvettes. Very, very cool. Hope those guys line up again beside each other. Jen Stoutenberg from Maple Ridge, that 1980 Malibu, going against Josh and his Mustang. .25, 112 miles an hour for Josh M and his 93 Mustang. Jen, a 16.14 at 90 miles an hour. Shay Majano, 1929 Model A in the TCS lane, going against Lucas Taggart in the 2022 Dodge called Scat Pack. Couple new drivers here. We love to see the new drivers, of course. If you need any assistance, just put an N on the side of your vehicle and our starter can help you out. Here it is, Shay with both bulbs lit, just waiting for Lucas Taggart in his Dodge to hit that second bulb. .77 for Lucas. And the Model A running a 14.43 at 91. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaw to the lanes, please? Outlaw to the lanes. In the TCS lane, we've got the Mustang there. Couple Mustangs there. Nathan in the Lordco lane having a little bit of issues there, but a 15.19 for the Mustang in the TCS lane. Nathan a 24.48 at 67. Got Tyler Carr in the TCS lane. He is racing a 1974 Corvette, running a 454 Chev, going against Owen Carr. Both of these guys are part of the family car racing team. Tyler in the TCS lane and Owen in the Lordco lane. Looks like Tyler getting the edge here. Whoa, a 13.68 at 99 versus a 13.96 at 96. So getting closer and closer. This one goes to Tyler, though. Sean Mercer, TCS side. 2019 Camaro from Abbotsford going against John from Delta in the 62 Ford. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaws, this is your second call. Outlaws, we need you to the lanes. This is your second call for Outlaws. 12.70 for John in the 62 Ford. Sean, a 13.51. This is Matt D from Quadra Island, 1971 Plymouth with a 406 Magnum. 13.58 at 107 with a 9 for Matt D. Carl Jameson, the 1957 Chevy. Back again for another pass here. Great looking car. Big old gasser. Nice straight pass for Carl Jameson, one of our newer drivers, a 13.47 at 101 miles an hour. He's just getting faster and faster, that Carl Jameson. He's sponsored by Maximum Collision in Abbotsford. Don't forget, we're broadcasting live in the pits, 92.7 FM, 92.7 FM. So if you can't hear my voice, you can always put on the live broadcast in the pits at 92.7 FM. Our next big race will be the TNT West Coast Classic, folks. That's July 28th to 30th. TNT Motorsports is a family-run business that is run by the Ringath family. Dwayne and his wife Pam and his son Travis, as well as the team pup Hank. 2020 was the first year that they ventured into race promotions, putting on a 2020 Western Canadian Summer Classic in Medicine Hat, and the event was a huge success. Which brings us to the second annual event here at Mission Raceway. Again, it's July 28th to 30th. Now, these are big, big payouts, folks. Out of the 32-car box shootout for Saturday, you win $20,000. Wow, that's a lot of cashola. For the no box shootout, the winner is $7,500. Even on the Friday, the warm-up race is a $5,000 prize. So that is definitely an event. If you have a car that you want to be registered for, folks, cha-ching. TNT Bracket Race West Coast Classic coming up July 28th to 30th. All right, we're just doing a little bit of track prep, just making sure the track is good to go. Safety, of course, #1 here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Glad to see everybody out here today. Be sure to stay hydrated, get your suntan lotion on. Looks like you are getting a little bit of shade on the top end of the bleachers. And hey, you guys on the other side, if you want to come on over to this side, you're absolutely welcome to do so. Come on down. We're a big family here at Mission Raceway. I don't think anyone will bite. They better not, or I'll come down there. Big happy racing family here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway again. Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. And of course, if you don't have your car down here today, next Friday is your next chance. Mopac Street Legals, July the 21st, then again on August the 11th. You can be the big bad drag racer and see how fast your car can go. Outlaw class is coming right up. Just doing a little inspection on the track. We got a pretty darn fast car coming up, so we just want to make sure everything is legit for him. Here comes Mike Enns for another licensing pass here. 2002 Ford truck, sponsored by Crown Door and Rods, Hot Rods. A good pass for Mike Enns at 11.05 at 124 miles an hour. That is a fast truck. I've heard it does 9s and is packing the laundry. So hopefully Mike Enns can get that thing going when he's done his licensing. John Koosman from Abbotsford, 2016 Corvette called White Cocoa, going against Jerry Delaney in his 1966 Acadian. He's from Surrey. He's running a Chevy 540. Corvette versus Acadian, John versus Jerry. Double green here. We got Corvette looking for traction. Close race here at the 8th mile and the 1,000 foot, but it's going to be Jerry Delaney by only 19 hundredths of a second, a 10.18 at 132 with a 4, and John at a 10:30 at 1:29. Next up in Outlaws, we've got Neil Thomas racing that 1972 Chev in the TCS lane. Going against Darcy in his 1997 Mustang. Ford versus Chevy battle. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycle to the lanes, please? Motorcycle, make your way to the lanes, please. Little bounce for that Chev, but he manages to hold on, and a 10.14, 139 miles an hour for Neil Thomas. Wow, great pass at 11.42 at 1:15 for Darcy. Great racing action here at Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Don't forget to text your friends. It's not too late to get them to bring down their car. Hey, maybe they're not going to camping this weekend. They can have some fun tonight. We've got tons more racing action to come. It's only 6:30, folks. We race till 11. All right, next up, it's Drago. Ivan Kirkovic coming up next in his 2021 Mustang, running a Coyote engine. He's got all the girls in the tower jumping up and down when he shows up. All right, it is Drago. It's Ivan Kirkovic. This car has 2,000 horsepower, folks. He was telling me he did a 7.61 at 192 miles an hour one day. But he says he only does 8s at Street Legals, but he's looking to beat that time, and we want him to. Here is Drago. So much power, dragging him toward the center line, so he had to pedal it and let out. You know, as it gets cooler and that car hooks up, we're going to see some real action out of His Majesty, Ivan Kirkovic. Outlaw class sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Your choice for high performance parts. Here we go with a Mustang battle. Ken Smith in the TCS lane from Chilliwack in his 2007 Mustang, going against Darren Price in his 1989 Ford Mustang. What do you think, folks? It's going to be the 2007 Mustang or the 89? Darren Price kind of heading toward the center, just riding that groove on the left. A 10.97 for Darren and a 10.72 for Ken Smith. So very close race. Hope to see those guys lining up again. I'm not sure what was all the bangs were about. Oh, wow. Make sure you go to the pro shop, you guys, and get some t-shirts. Here's a Door Wars one. It is beautiful. New t-shirts there at the pro shop. Here's Joel Smith versus Karen Price. Joel in the 71 Pontiac. Karen racing that 87 Chevy truck. Joel's sponsored by Zapstrack Racing, Jerry's OK Tire, and of course, that's Tyler Smith's dad. Joel Smith taking this one at 10.77 at 129 with a 3 and 11.47 at 118 for Karen. We have Clayton Schultz in the TCS lane in his 2019 Dodge, running a 392 Hemi, going against Don Iusogi in his 2008 Mustang. So Dodge versus Ford battle here. Looks like Don, 2,000ths red. 12.39 for Clayton Schultz in his 2019 Dodge. 12.11 at 114 for Don with the red. Tension in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compact to the lanes, please. Motorcycle class now sponsored by Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. We've got Chris Wrathy in the TCS lane going against Charles Leake in the Lordco lane. Two great passes, very close right down the center here. Wow, Charles Leake taking it at 11.23, 136 miles an hour versus Chris's 11.27 at 131. So 0.08 of a second difference between those two bikes. Great side-by-side motorcycle racing action here at the Mopac Street Legals. Friday night street legals, that is. And we caught some wheelies by this motorcycle here. I don't have this gentleman's name, but we will. If I'm not calling your name, it's because we don't have your tech card entered quite yet. At 11.68, 120 miles an hour for the gentleman in the Lordco lane. Don't forget, we're giving away that 2006 Ford Mustang GT that you can see there at the winner's circle. If you want in on that, you definitely need to go to the Titanium Auto Group Facebook page. We're super excited that in partnership with the Titanium Auto Group, we'll be giving away that 2006 Ford Mustang GT to one lucky subscriber this summer. Might be stock right now, but it won't be for long. We've got Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, and Vancouver Car Wrap, along with Mopac Auto Supply, transforming that into a beast of a street strip cruiser. So follow along at MRP Lordco TV on YouTube as we build the car. And I know I just saw a little video they put up just yesterday talking about giving away that Ford Mustang. So you definitely want to give it a look and get over to Titanium Auto Group, subscribe to them, and subscribe to MRP Lordco TV. Speaking of MRP Lordco TV, hello live stream. How are you doing? We wish you were here. It's a beautiful day. It is a warm one, but you know what? It's going to cool down, and this track is going to get fast, folks. Real fast. Don't forget to head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack and see Clara at the concession stand. They've got some delicious food. It is just about dinner time here for me. I know that Anna just got some food. Oh, that's what I'm smelling. Fries and gravy, or is that poutine?
It's just fries and gravy today.
Fries and gravy, chicken strips. It's making my tummy rumble. Blue slushy. What? Wow. All right. They have blue slushies here. That's it. Game over. Who's going to be the announcer now? I need a blue slushie. All right. So, yeah, the concession stand, you guys, stay hydrated. It is a warm one out there. And, of course, if you need any medical attention, please let any one of our staff members know. Richard Evanochko from Langley in the Lordco Lane 1995 Hondas going against Luke Sever from Maple Ridge in the 2018 Golf R. Volkswagen versus Honda here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Richard a 12.78 at 112 with a 1, and Luke a 13.45 at 101 with a 5. Shiraz Khan in the 2009 BMW, he calls it Toothless. It's going against Vinny in this 2020 Infiniti. Couple clean passes. Shiraz an 11.99 at 122 even. And Vinny an 11.26 at 121 with a 2. Okay. Infiniti versus BMW here in our sports compact class, sponsored by Racing Greed. Waiting for the Infiniti to hit the bulb. Looks like a timeout situation. Or he jumped the beam, one of the two. But it looks like some serious issues here in the Lordco lane with the BMW. Hopefully he can figure that out and come on back for another round. No time in the TCS lane as he rolled the beam at 26.21 at 42 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. BMW having some issues. We've got Joshua in the Lordco lane, a 2000 Toyota going against Anthony Walker from Maple Ridge, 2017 Audi S3. Clearly part of Tunezilla. Looks like he was giving him a little head start. Chasing him down. And he does it, 11.60 at 122 for Anthony Walker. Joshua, 13.15 at 108. Danny Long in the 2004 Dodge Neon. It's going against Cole Clevers in the 1991 VW called Jane. Pretty close here at the 8th mile and at the 1,000 foot. But it's going to be Danny Long in the Neon, a 15.21 versus a 15.28, you guys. Very close race. That one going to Danny Long in the Neon. Jared Miller, he's from Alberta, folks, in that 2009 BMW, going against Calvir Dollywall from Surrey in his 2017 Infiniti. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Can we get domestic to the lanes, please? Domestic to the lanes. Well, both of those guys throwing out some smoke there at the top end. At 11.14 for Calvier at 102. And Jared from Alberta at 12.82 at 108. Daniel LaPrise from Abbey in his Audi RS3 in the TCS lane, going against Jay Gill from Vancouver. He is part of the Racing Greed crew that sponsors this class. He's from Vancouver, racing his 2021 Audi RS6. So Audi battle here. Jay Gill just trying to chase him down, but it was lost on the starting line. Jay Gill a 2.45 reaction time versus a 1.3. 10.97 for Daniel. Jay Gill at 10.69 at 131 miles an hour. So he really was trying to chase him down. Back to our bug battle. It's Kevin Kaiser from Surrey in the 73 Beetle. It's going against Sam Wood from Mission in his 71 Beetle. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestics, you should be making your way to the lanes, please. Domestics, to the lanes, please. Kevin Kaiser, 13.15 at 104 even. Sam Wood, a 14.06 at 98 with a 1. Kyle Reitz in his 2016 Audi from Abbey going against Tariq Delmire from Delta in his 2022 Subaru. You know, when Tariq gets that car figured out, I mean, 2022 Subaru, that's got some power to it. An 11.81 for Kyle. Tariq, a 14.31. Integra versus a Civic here in the sports compact class on the titanium strip. TCS lane of 14.90, Lordco lane of 15.11. This is Miles Walsh, 1993 VW, and he is from Coquitlam. Sports Compact brought to you by Racing Greed. Miles Walsh, he rolled through, but I saw him, he was like going, go faster, going rocking back and forth. Like, I can relate. I own a Toyota Corolla. So no time for Miles as he rolled through. We're gonna carry on into our domestic class. Domestic class sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. It's Cliff Costeman from Langley in his 2022 Mustang in the TCS lane going against Norman from Surrey. Going against the 2016 Dodge called Blue Dream, sponsored by Storm and Norman's Roofing. Cliff having a much better pass fast, not going up in smoke at the line, and actually taking this pass at 12.45, 126 miles an hour. Norman at 12.80 at 108. So yeah, getting better and better, these new guys. Dave Sherwood from Abbey and his 1994 Mustang called Red Betty. It's going against the red Corvette in the Lordco lane. Looks like the Mustang deep staged. We need that Corvette to get up to that bulb so he doesn't time out. Just need the Corvette to bump up and light that top bulb. All right, unfortunately, the Corvette timed out. So no time for him. So what happens is there's a certain amount of time that they need to light that top bulb. I'll find out how many seconds it is, but see, when someone deep stages like that, it's a little tricky. So it's Jody King versus CJ Hookham. Jody in the 98 Dodge going against CJ Hookham in the 2010 Dodge. CJ Hookham in the Lordco lane at 13.23 at 105 with a 6. Jody King a 15.71, 86 miles an hour. Chase Cranmore, 2017 Chevy. He's from Surrey in the TCS lane going against Jeremy in his truck, that 1980 Chev in the Lordco lane. $12.15, 1:15 with a 9 for Chase. 15.36 at 93 for Jeremy. Kai Jessamine in that bright orange K5 Blazer. He's from Surrey, going against Lucas Taggart in this 2022 Dodge. So just looking at these two, what do you think, guys? What do you think? Is it the truck? Is it the Dodge? Yeah, Lucas was like, whatevs, bro. I'm in a 2022 Dodge. A 12.62 at 109. Kai Jessamine, a 14.44 at 94. We got Benjamin in his 2019 Tesla going against the Chev truck in the Lordco lane, putting out the big wad of smoke as he goes down the top end. Benjamin a 13.69, but this one is going to the Lordco lane at 12.74 at 108 with a 1. A beautiful 37 Chev pulling up, driven by Pete Conrad from Abbotsford, going against Jason Lynch in that gorgeous 69 Camaro. I swear that 37 Chev is just getting faster and faster. An 11.36 at 120, folks. 69 Camaro running a 12.30 at 116 with a 9. Here we've got the Carr Brother Family Racing Team. It's Tyler Carr in the TCS side in the 1974 Corvette. He's running a 454 Chev going against Owen Carr in the Lordco lane. Both these guys from Abbotsford. Owen driving the 1968 Pontiac with a 327 Chevy. Part of that Carr Brother Family Racing Team. Lots of families racing, husband and wife, brothers, fathers, sons, Mothers, daughters, it's family racing here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway, and we highly encourage it. Clean greens, they're off. Very close at the eighth. 13.61 for the Corvette versus 13.89 for the Pontiac. So these guys are getting closer and closer, but this one going to the Corvette. Cam Penner in his 2006 Dodge Charger, running a 5.7 liter Hemi, sponsored by Race with Doug. It's going against the Camaro in the Lordco lane. Dodge versus Chev. Waiting for the Chev to bump in that last bulb. Oh, he rolled and got a red light, but what can you do? Cam Penner flying down the track. .45, 89 miles an hour for Cam Penner. And the Camaro at 20.62 with the red. Matt Dawson here on the TCS side, 92 Chevy S10. He is a Mission resident going against another Mission resident, Leonard Benke. 1984 Chevy S10 running a 350. Matt Dawson versus Leonard Benke here. Truck battle. Super close race until the 8th mile, and Matt pulls away at 14.16, 99 miles an hour, versus 14.74 at 90 with a 9 for Leonard. Jen Stoutenberg from Maple Ridge, 1980 Chevy going against Shay Majano in that 1929 Model A. Shay a 14.59 with 92 miles an hour. And Jen a 16.48 at 86. Next up, we've got that 1967 Ford Fairlane, driven by Don Mancinelli, going against Matt D from Quadra Island in the 71 Plymouth, running a 406 Magnum here. So a couple old cars lining up side by side here on the Titanium Strip. Friday night street legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Tons of racing action yet to come. Thanks so much for coming out today and spending your Friday evening with us. Don't forget, if you're on the far side, you're welcome to come on over to the pit side anytime you want. You might get a little bit more shade. And of course, getting a refreshment, keeping hydrated, super important, everybody. All right, ready to go. Don Mancinelli in the Fairlane, going against Matt D in the Plymouth. Don on his game, heading down the track at 12.06 at 112. Matt a 13.05 at 108, having a little trouble on the launch. Josh M from Mission 93 Mustang going against John from North Delta, the 62 Ford, running a 363. Tire spin from the Mustang, but it's going to be John in the 62 Ford taking this one at 12.50 at 110 versus Josh at a 12.21, 115 miles an hour. Ford Mustang in the TCS lane going against the Nathan Esterbrake from Mission in his 1989. Ford, both Mustangs, a bunch of wheel spin here in the Lordco lane from Nathan. So much power, they just need to hook that up. But you know, it's still close, even at the 1,000-foot. What? TCS lane taking it a 14.92. Nathan a 15.10. Yellow Corvette in the Lordco lane going against the black Corvette of Tim Wong from Richmond, 2015 Corvette to be exact. Lots of Corvettes on the property today. Tim Wong taking this one at 12.37, 110 miles an hour versus a 13.50 at 114. Blue Falcon in the TCS lane going against Sean Mercer from Abbotsford. 2019 Camaro, old versus new. Lots of spin for the Falcon. But he hung on to it, and look at this, super close, closer than you would think. But in the top end, it looks like Sean Mercer pulling away. 12.99 at 109. A 13.90 at 97 in the TCS lane. GTO in the Lordco lane versus the Nova in the TCS lane. Nova getting the jump on the reaction time there, and 11.26 at 121 for the Nova. 12.11 at 109 for the GTO. Mustang here in the TCS lane going against Yuhan in his 2021 Dodge. He's from Langley. A little bit of smoke at the top end. Our starter, Willie, just checking out the situation. Making sure nothing is left on the track. We're going to back up these two cars here. Of course, safety, our first priority. I'd like to give a big thanks to everybody out here today. Beautiful day. Quite warm, I must say, but thank you for being here with us today. It's so good to see you. So good to see everybody on the pit side, and hello to everybody on the live stream. So we didn't have the tech card for the GTO, but that, of course, is Dean Davies, part of Davies Sand and Gravel. Of course, you've seen their cement trucks, dump trucks, everything around, a local resident, Davies Sand and Gravel. All right, here we go, Mustang versus Dodge. Way quicker reaction time for Hugh Han, and he takes it at 12.10 at 132 miles an hour, folks. And the TCS side, 11.90 at 119. Ford truck in the TCS side going against Ted Short in his 2011 Mustang. These cars and trucks and motorcycles are just getting faster and faster as we go on through the day here. And they're going to get much faster when that track cools down. Ted Short taking this one a 14.25, 91 with a 7 versus a 15.60 at 90. Miradad Ahmad from Vancouver, 2021 Chevy Corvette Sponsored by Variety Auto, going against Norman. A 2016 Dodge called Blue Dream, sponsored by Storm & Norman's Roofing. Pretty similar reaction times here. Oh, getting real close at the 1,000 foot, going to the Corvette, 11.99, 116 with a 6. Norman, a 12.89, 107 with a 9. Big shout out to our track officials working out there in the heat. Thank you so much to everybody out there. We love you. And we love all of our spectators and racers. Thanks so much for being out here today. Lots more racing action to come. Don't forget, tomorrow, folks, the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association is having their Summer Nationals right behind us on the lovely Fraser River. Gates open at 9 a.m. for fans. Racing starts at 10, probably about 10 to 3. $20 for tickets. Kids 12 and under are free with a paid adult. It's just located over at the tech area. There's a huge beach. I know, who knew? But there is a giant beach. So bring your lawn chairs and your umbrellas, your bug screen, and your sunscreen, and check out the beach. Hi, everybody. Hi, kids. Good to see you all out here. Smiling away, bringing the kids out here. Friday night street legals. So good to see you all. Don't forget, we have a huge junior program. If you'd like to get your kids involved in drag racing, we have all the classes for you. Now, junior street are kids from 13 to 16 years old. They can race until their 17th birthday. Now, you don't need a lot to be in junior street, you know. All you need is to be between 13 and 16. Racers need a parent or guardian in the passenger seat with them when you're racing. And the best part is racers can use any old vehicle to race in. No special race cars needed. Mom's minivan works just fine. After that, it's just a matter of filling out some paperwork and buying helmets. And it's that simple. So if you're looking for more information how to join the Junior Street, check them out on Facebook, Mission Raceway's Junior Street. And I'll tell you, we need some more kids in the Junior Street class because Tyler Smith is cleaning up, folks. He needs some competition, so get your kids involved in the Junior Street program. There's big bounties out to beat Tyler, and I'd love to see that money in your pocket. Of course, we have the Junior Thunder and the Junior Lightning. Junior Thunder, where our youngest racers start out in. And, you know, they have a great old time. You get your kids involved in drag racing, they're going to stay out of trouble, folks. They're not going to have that screen in front of their face. All they're going to care about is their race car. You're going to get the lawn mown. You're going to get the floor mopped. Anything for that allowance to put more parts on their race car. Believe you me, getting those kids in early, it's the perfect thing to do. And it's fun for the whole family. If you'd like to get involved in the junior program, of course, they are located on Facebook. Like their Facebook pages. And while you're there, of course, I hope you have liked the Mission Raceway Facebook page. We've got the fabulous Jessica, our social media guru, and she will let you know all the happenings here at Mission Raceway. Lots of racing left to come here. Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Call your friends, it's not too late. Come on down, let's do some racing. Just a little bit of track prep going on here. We've got the big flame out, fixing up the track. Big thanks to our track officials. Getting it straightened out. Safety, of course, our first priority. Just a reminder to stay hydrated, folks, please. The concession stand has a lot of Gatorade, water, anything you could possibly need, as well as the Pro Shop. They're stocked with ice-cold beverages, as well as ice cream, freezies, and some pretty cool new shirts, as well as those coveted Door Wars t-shirts. I'm definitely needing to get over there and get one for myself. Be carrying on momentarily here with the Friday Night Street Legals. Big thanks to Mopac Auto Supply for sponsoring this race. If you didn't bring your vehicle to this race, don't worry. Next Friday, we do it all over again. July the 21st, Mopac Street Legals back again. Bring your car, Tesla, whatever you have, come on and bring it out and have some fun, just like these guys are today. Thanks for your patience here. Just carrying on with some track prep here at Friday Night Street Legals. Brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Shout out to everyone on the live stream. Hey, everybody, how are you doing out there? Lots of racing action yet to come. So again, thanks for your patience. So what is happening is that when those street cars launch down the track, they actually tear up the track pretty good because those street cars, they'll just get traction. So it just rips up all the rubber that we've laid down. So it makes it uneven. So we've got Outlaws coming up next. So we want a nice flat track. So they actually have to scrape it flat. And so we've got the flame action, and we're just cleaning up the lanes here for the Outlaws because, of course, safety is number one here, folks, on the titanium strip. So thank you so much for your patience. We'll be getting underway shortly. Big thanks to the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Of course, be sure to join their Facebook group and enter to win that Ford GT Mustang, that 2006 there, that's sitting in the winner's circle. That is going to be turned into a race car, and you could win it. Wouldn't that be something, hey? Win a free race car. Now that's what dreams are made of. But I'll be checking my Lotto Max tonight, because I definitely need myself a Corvette and a Tesla. I'm going to have a harem of cars. I'm just going to race them all. And a Model A. That's right. I'm ready to license my Corvette right now. Come on, Lotto Max. All right, we are about 10 minutes away from racing. We've got to do the rest of the scraping. We've got to spray, and we've got the tractor out. So again, 10 more minutes. That's a great time to head over to the concession stand, grab yourself a Gatorade or some water or a blue slushie. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Or head over to the pro shop, grab yourself a Freezy, yum yum, Freezy and ice cream out there. Keep you cool out there on this warm Friday night here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac on the Titanium Strip. And here comes some more delicious food from the concession stand into the tower. We've got some yummy poutine and chicken strips. Yum, yum, smells delicious. Making my tummy grumble. It's dinner time. Head on over and see Clara at the concession stand. It's also a great time to go and meet some of these drivers. You know, they're very friendly. I've been out there, and they're kind of like, who is this woman? But, you know, I go, hi, I'm one of the announcers. And then they're real nice. But they're going to be even nicer to you. They want to talk about their cars. So if you have questions for those drivers, head on into the pits and go say hi. We're all a big, happy racing family here at Mission Raceway. All right, looks like we've finished up with our track prep. Thank you so much for your patience. Safety, of course, is number one here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaw to the lanes, please? Outlaws to the lanes. Big shout out to everybody who's just arrived. Good to see you all. Thanks for spending your evening here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Of course, if you are on the parking lot side, you are welcome to come on over. Onto this side, we won't bite, I promise. Come on over. We have a little bit of shade to share. And of course, you can get some refreshments, Gatorade, even Freezies. I just took a Freezy break myself. Was a purple Freezy. And I'm going to say they're way better than white Freezies. I don't care what these girls say. Purple is the way to... Green. I've never even seen a green Freezy.
They're hard to come by, but it's worth it.
The rare, elusive green Freezy apparently is delicious. Never seen one. Sticking with the purple. We'll be moving on into our Outlaw class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Outlaws, make your way to the lanes, please. Outlaws to the lanes. We have a freshly groomed track just waiting for you. Don't forget, if you need first aid or need any assistance, please talk to one of our staff members and we will help you out. Great turnout here today, looking in the pits with the river in the background. Thanks for coming out here, all the racers and spectators. So glad to see you. Shout out to everybody on the live stream. Hope to see you guys down at the next Street Legals, which is next Friday. Course, July the 21st. Then we've got our big race, the TNT West Coast Classic. That's July 28th to 30th. A huge event, a big, big payout, folks. 32-car box shootout on Saturday. The winner receives $20,000. Now, that is no joke. And they're going to want that 20 grand. Let me tell you, we're going to have some crazy racing action here. July the 28th to the 30th, TNT bracket race. After that, we've got the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags, August 4th to 6th, the Gasser Get Down, Street Rod, Street Classic, Street Machine, Outlaw, Pro Mods, and more. And believe me when I tell you, you need Pro Mods in your life. Drago with the super burnout. It's Ivan Kirkovic driving a 2021 Mustang, packing a Coyote engine. This car has around 2,000 horsepower, and he's looking to beat his record at Street Legals. Was an 8 even. He keeps getting 8 evens. He's had enough. He wants to go faster on this thing at Street Legals. He has done a 7.61 before, and he wants it, and I'm sure as it cools down, he will get it. This is a Drago Ivan Kirkovic here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Working out the kinks at 8.49, 170 miles an hour. Ivan having no issues there on that pass. He was having a couple issues on his first few passes, but it's just getting better and better for him. His Majesty will be back in Drago. Ken Koosman from Abbotsford's 2016 Corvette called White Cocoa going against Ken Smith from Chilliwack in the 2007 Mustang. That Corvette, he was after it. He knew he was sleeping on the line, but he managed to get past him at 10.04 at 139 with a 7 versus a 10.73 at 133 for Ken. BMW in the TCS lane going against Raz Van Desan from Maple Ridge, 96 VW Golf, part of Team All Race. Looks like the BMW deep staged on him, but Raz Van's lit that first bulb. And the second. Great pass, a 9.94, 150 miles an hour for Raz Van Desan. I noticed no pop anymore. Wow. At 11.74 at 119 for the BMW. Next up, we have Joel Smith, 71 Pontiac. He's from Abbotsford. That's the father of Tyler Smith right there, sponsored by Zabstrack Racing and Jerry's OK Tire. Going against Carl Jameson in that 57 Chevy. Big old gasser, sponsored by Maximum Collision Abbey. Off for Joel Smith. $10.46, 131 with a 3 for Joel and Carl. 13.30 at 105. Jared Balfour in the TCS lane. 2015 Dodge going against Robert McLean from Burnaby. 2018 Chevy Dodge versus Chevy battle here at the Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals. It was close till the 3:30, then that Dodge just pulled away at 10.32 at 136 miles an hour. Robert an 11.28 at 124 with a 9. Neil Thomas in the Lordco lane, 1972 Chev, going against Darcy in his 97 Mustang. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycles to the lanes, please? Motorcycles and sports compact to the lanes, please. Darcy an 11.27 at 118, and Neil Thomas, wow, a 9.95, 135 miles an hour for that Nova. Malia Bassell in the 2018 Audi RS3 going against Jerry Delaney in the 66 Acadian running a Chevy 540. Big launch for Jerry, but look at Mahala. She is like, no way, bro. Chasing him down, close race. Going to Jerry this time at 10.13, 132 miles an hour. First, the 10.24, 132. Again, very close racing action here. Dale Wood pulling up in his 72 Nova from Mission going against Clayton Schultz. 2019 Dodge running a 392 Hemi. Chevy versus Dodge battle. They were neck and neck at the 8th mile, but Dale Wood taking it 11.89 at 116 versus Clayton at his 12.13 at 113 with an O. Anthony Baselli from Coquitlam in that 2018 Porsche 911 Turbo going against Don Iusogi in the 2008 Mustang. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna need a Porsche too. 9.44, 146 miles an hour. 146, man, I think that might be our fastest time so far. Great job, Anthony, in his Porsche. Darren Price in his 1989 Ford Mustang Fox body. Going against the Chev Square body in the Lordco lane. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. We need Sports Compact to the lanes, please. Sports Compact. We need you to make your way to the lanes, please. Looks like we're rolling some coal here at the start line. Very cool. Darren Price, a 10.88 with a 623 miles an hour. And the Lordco lane, it was the 13.27 at 87. Okay, we've got an awesome GMC coal roller in the TCS lane. If you were here for our diesel drags, that was quite interesting as well. Spooling up. And he's launching. Wow, if you took a look at those tires, man, they're scrunched up. Cool. Mark Swan is the driver of that truck, a 10.38 at 134 with a 4. Mike Enns back again for his licensing pass. (2002) Ford Lightning. Apparently it's a super rare model. Sponsored by Crown Door and Rods Hot Rods. .57 at 129 miles an hour for Mike Enns. Moving on into the motorcycle class. Motorcycle sponsored by Mountain View, Harley Davidson, and Mountain View Motorsports. Here is Chris Wrathy from Abbotsford. He's in the TCS lane, racing that ZX-10R, going against Charles Leake from Chilliwack, racing his 2016 bike. A little bit of lift there in that Lordco lane. Super close. Check this out, you guys. A 10.89 with an 8 versus a 10.89 with an O. But Charles' reaction time, 0.44 versus Chris's 0.60. It was one on the tree. Charles taking this one. 137 miles an hour. Nathan Kemp here in his 2019 Yamaha. He's from Langley. Impressive run for him, an 11.54 at 119 miles an hour. Big thanks to Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports for sponsoring our motorcycle class. All sports compact, you should be making your way to the lanes, please. Sports compacts to the lanes. Don't forget, racing on the Fraser is back. Fraser Valley Boat Drag Association Summer Nationals start tomorrow. Drag boats, beer gardens, and barbecue concession stand. It's all for you on the beach here behind us on the river. Check it out tomorrow. Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association Summer Nationals. Richard Avenchko in the 95 Honda. Going against the newer Honda there in the Lordco lane. Just waiting for the other Honda to bump in that final bulb. Clean green. Richard with the big jump. .63 at 111 with a 7 for Richard in the TCS lane. 15.71 at 89 for the Honda in the Lordco lane. Volkswagen Golf pulling up in the Lordco lane and going against Luke Sever from Maple Ridge in his 2018 Golf R. Battle Golf here. They're pretty neck and neck at the 8th mile and exactly even at the 1,000, and it's gonna be the Lordco lane. 13.27 versus a 13.41. Super close side-by-side racing action here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Infinity in the Lordco lane going against Anthony Walker in his 2017 Audi. Look like the Lordco lane was maybe sending a text message or checking the weather. So it's going to Anthony Walker at 10.82 or 126 miles an hour versus the 11.91 at 113. Got Cole in his 1991 VW called Jane going against that 2004 Dodge Neon owned by Danny Long. Danny Long pulling away in the top end of 14.94 at 94 miles an hour versus Cole at 15.62, 90 with a 1. Got a Kia Stinger in the Lordco lane going against the 2017 Infiniti driven by Calvier Dollywall. Dollywall not messing around at 11.10 at 104 Lordco side of 13.11 at 106 with an 8. Audi in the Lordco lane going against Vinny in his 2020 Infinity. Audi with a 10.33 at 133 with a 6. And Vinny an 11.25 at 121. We have an Infinity in the Lordco lane, and we've got the RX-7. Driven by Steve Abuzini. We were wondering where his motorcycle was. Well, guess he ditched it for tonight and's in the RX-7. 12.59 at 113 for him versus 13.93 at 109 in the Lordco lane. BMW in the far lane going against Jared Miller from Alberta in his 2009 BMW. So battle BMW here on the titanium strip. Clean green, little trouble on the Lordco lane for the gray Audi, and he's just going to limp it. Hopefully out of the groove if he's having an issue. Don't forget, folks, if you are having an issue on the track, and please pull over out of the groove. We wouldn't want anything to be on the track that's worrisome. So Jared Miller, a 12.73 at 107. Gentleman from Alberta. So great to have you out here. A pair of BMWs pulling up to the line here. Lots more racing action to come. Good to see everybody out here tonight in the stands. $13.9 with a 2 at 103 for the Lordco lane. 16.37 at 84 for the TCS side. Looking like he had a little problem there and let out of it. Daniel LaPrise from Abbey in the TCS lane, racing his Audi RS3, going against Shiraz Khan from Surrey in his 2009 BMW called Toothless. Khan trying to race him down, but too much of a distance there. Having a little problem on the start line at 11.10 at 126 for Daniel. 12.4 with a 6 at 123 for Shiraz. Acura and a Jetta. Oh, we're not sure. He's not coming up, but Renault in the Lordco lane from Surrey. TCS side a 16.45 at 93 and a 15.89 at 87 with a 2 for Renault. Kyle Retz, 2016 Audi from Abbotsford going against Ryan in his 2012 Audi. So Ryan in the Lordco lane versus Kyle in the TCS lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestics to the lanes, please? Domestics. We need you to the lanes, please. Kyle running at 11.99, 114 miles an hour, and Ryan at 15.32 at 85. BMW versus Tesla matchup next here. This should be interesting. Maybe. Both these guys are rolling through the lanes, so we'll get Willie to back them up. Oh, look at that, an arm start by our starter, Willie. I was like, what are they doing? Back tires? Is this like Street Outlaws? What's going on? Pretty cool, I must say. Can we request that? All right, we've got a little Volkswagen Golf in the TCS lane going against Miles Walsh from Coquitlam. 93 VW in that Lordco lane. He's an Irishman from the west coast of Ireland. Well, that's interesting to know. And he did, that's not even fair. He did a 6/10,000th of a red. Like, wow, right? 13.12 at 117 for TCS side. Miles a 13.38 at 100. Lorenzo Angelari in his VW GTI going against Tariq Delmer from Delta in this 2022 Subaru. Looks like he's got a handle on that Subaru now. Good to see. Just took a couple passes. And he's going to take this pass. 14.24 at 97 for Tariq. And Lorenzo with a 15.67 at 89. It's cooling down a bit now, so we're getting some faster times, folks. The cooler the air, the faster they go. The cooler the track, the more traction they will get. Lots of racing action yet to come here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. We're in our sports compact class, sponsored by Racing Greed. Acura versus a Honda. Pretty close, closer than you'd think. 14.97 at 96 for the Lordco side. 14.25 at 100 for the Lordco side. Pretty darn close, 49 hundredths between those two. Bug battle here again. Kevin Kaiser in the 1973 Beetle in the TCS lane. He's from Surrey going against Sam Wood in the green Volkswagen Bug 1971 Beetle. 13.04, 103 with a 3 for Kevin Kaiser. Sam Wood, a 13.87 at 98. Now, if your kids don't know what a punch buggy green is, this is a great time to teach them. Jay Gill, Lordco Lane, 2021 Audi RS6, sponsored by Racing Greed. Jay Gill getting a couple of tips from our starter, Willie. Of course, if you need any help, put an N on the side of your vehicle or just say, hey, Willie, I need a hand, man. He'll come and give you some handy tips. was a nice pass. Jay Gill, that car's got tons of power at 10.77, 131 miles an hour. Hauling. Just got to work on that 3-second reaction time. But that's for the next round. Lots more racing action here. Rolling into domestics now. Sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Just a reminder, if you have any friends that want to come race tonight, our tech closes at 8:30, so you better tell them to get on down here. Tech closing at 8:30. Kyle Jessamine there in the orange truck burning his tires off in the water box. K5 Blazer, he's from Surrey, is going against Jeff Letherman from Abbotsford. 2005 Mustang. Looks like Kai Jessamine going red on this run. 12.94 at 105 for Jeff Letherman. 14.51 at 94 for Kai. Here's a couple Chevy S10s pulling up to the line. It's Matt Dawson, TCS side, 92 Chevy S10. He's from Mission. Going against Leonard Benke in his 84 S10. Leonard's running a 350, Matt a 355. Clean green. $13.86 with a 399 miles an hour for Matt, and Leonard a 14.91 at 90 miles an hour. CJ Hookham in the white Dodge 2010 running a 345 Hemi, going against Jody King from Langley 1998 Dodge running a 360. Look like CJ giving a little bit of a head start to Jody. CJ taking this round a 13.25 at 105. Jody a 15.57, 87 with a 1. Chase Cranmore in the TCS lane. 2017 Chev going against Lucas Taggart in that 2022 Dodge. It was a close battle all the way to the 1,000 foot, but it's going to Chase Cranmore, 12.05 with a 9 at 116. Lucas at 12.75 at 109 with the 2. There's that gorgeous 69 Camaro, Jason Lynch's car, in going against Zedin Atlanta in that 2020 Corvette. So Zdenek with an 11.59 versus Jason's 12.61. Big burnout here in the water box. Pair of Camaros pulling up. They look awfully similar. Sean Mercer in the Lordco lane from Abbotsford, 2019 Camaro. Getting the big jump on the TCS lane Camaro. Trying to chase him down, but not quite enough. Sean taking this one. 13.12 at 110 with a 6. Carrying on in our domestic class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. It's Shea Majano in the 2019 Model A going against Jeremy from Abbotsford in his 1980 GMC truck. .3692 miles an hour for the Model A. Jeremy with a 15.59 at 93. Got a Tesla in the TCS lane going against Benjamin in his Tesla. So Tesla battle, clearly one of those fancy Teslas in the TCS side. An 11.55, 115 miles an hour for the TCS side. Benjamin a 13.70 at 100. Josh M in the Mustang versus Jen in the Chev. 12.03, 115 with a 5 for Josh M and Jen a 15.37 at 92. Here are the Carr brothers back. Oh, Tyler Carr versus Chris Leak in his 62 Nova. The dude's running a motorcycle and a 62 Nova. Oh, something going on at the top end. Not too sure about that. We're going to have to go check it out. A lot of smoke flying around there. Have to get our track officials to go and check it out. I see them on the track already. Lots more racing action to come, folks. Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies, your first choice for high performance parts. Now, did you know that Mopac has a dyno? Are you curious to know how much horsepower your vehicle actually makes? Their Langley, BC location offers proven before and after dyno results on their state-of-the-art in-ground chassis dyno. We can provide dyno results on vehicles capable of over 2,000 horsepower and speeds up to 200 miles an hour. They also offer complete custom dyno tuning, and in many cases, you can get up an upward of 50 additional horsepower on late model applications. Mopac can also simulate quarter-mile runs for racers who want to know what to expect at the track. So give them a call or stop by in today and find out why Mopac is the Lower Mainland's #1 dyno facility. Big thanks to Mopac sponsoring our Friday Night Street Legals. We really appreciate it. And thanks for racing with us on the track and not on the street. Just a reminder, the speed limit is 5 kilometers an hour through the pit. Don't be like those motorcycle guys. Be cool. All right, big troubles for Jen in the Lordco lane, our last pass, blowing her transmission and drive line, big problems. Haven't heard if there's any fluid down on the track, but we will know that very shortly. So it's a tough break for sure. Just trying to come out here and have some fun. Our next Friday Night Street Legals is next Friday, July the 21st. You can bring your car out and come try her out on the track. It's only $50, folks. You can race until we close. It's also a lot of fun. Don't forget to check out the concession stand and get some refreshments. Stay hydrated. Luckily, it is getting a little cooler out, and that means the cars are going to get faster and faster. Big shout out to all the kids out there. Hi, you kids. I see you. Glad you're out here with us at Mission Raceway. You are so cool. All right, looks like there was no fluid down on the track from the massive breakage that Jen experienced. So we're going to carry on in our domestic class here, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Friday night street legals on the titanium strip where you can be the drag racer here with us. Is the Carr brothers. Actually, it's Tyler Carr and Chris Leaks. So as we were saying, Chris has a motorcycle, and now he's in a 62 Nova. Tyler Carr going against Chris Leak here in the domestic class. Friday night street legals. A little bit of tire spin for the Nova. Pretty close at the 1,000 foot, but it's going to Tyler Carr, 13.65 at 95. Chris, a 14.04 at 97. Pete Conrad in that 37 Chevy. He is from Abbotsford. It's going against John from North Delta in his 32 Ford. It's got a 363 under the hood. 11.17, 120 with a 9 for Pete Conrad. John, a 12.28 at 113, a big reaction time, so didn't really have a chance on that one, but next round I'd like to see those guys line up again. Cam Penner from Langley, the 06 Charger, sponsored by Race with Doug, going against Dave Clark from Mission in the 2022 Ford Mustang. all sorts of power in that 2022 Mustang. Wow, an 11.68, 127 miles an hour. Cam, a 15.31 at 89 with a 9. Yuhan, a 2021 Dodge in the TCS lane. It's going against Lucas, his 2022 truck, diesel powered, and look at him rolling the coal and hauling. Lucas McCrazer, a 12.65. He's taking it because he had the better reaction time, folks. You had a 12.56 at 131. But again, the reaction time, it was 1 on the tree. Going to Lucas, 12.65 at 107. Whole shot win. Randy McKenzie racing that 1972 Nova in the TCS lane. He is a Mission resident going against Matt D from Quadra Island, 1971 Plymouth. Wow, nice front end lift there for Randy McKenzie on his Nova. 11.34 with a 6 at 120. Matt D at 12.95 at 109 with a 2. Nathan Estabreak from Mission. He's racing his 1998 Mustang, going against another Mustang in the Lordco lane. Trying to get traction there in the Lordco lane. Wow, a 15.23 at 93 for Nathan, taking it with the better reaction time. It's Haraj Chima taking off in that white 2021 Mustang. Going against Murdad from Vancouver in that 21 Chev. He was sleeping at the line. Harj taking it 11.96, 119 miles an hour. He's sponsored by GSS Auto. Murdad is sponsored by Variety Auto. Utah Mooney, a regular here at the Friday Night Street Legals in the TCS lane. He's from Coquitlam. Racing that 1999 Ford. It's going against Don Mancinelli, rather. He's from Maple Ridge in that 67 Ford Fairlane. Utah just having a great old time like he does every Friday Night Street Legals. So good to see him out here. Don, a 13.65, 65 miles an hour. Let out of it at the end for some reason there. Utah, a 20.47 at 64 miles an hour. Ted Short in the 2011 Mustang. Going against Namar Pre-Namar in the other Mustang, sponsored by Reaper Custom Vehicle Wraps. $12.61 at 115, and Ted Short at 14.19 at 105. Mike Goddard in the 2018 F-150 in the TCS lane, going against Andy Ruka from Maple Ridge in his 2016 F-150. Battle of the F-150s here, Mark versus Andy. Waiting for them to bump up into that second staging bulb. Clean green, and there we go. Tailgate down and everything for that aerodynamic. I wonder if it helps. They're neck and neck at the 1,000-foot, guys. Holy man. 15.9488 for Mark and a 15.70 for Andy. Super close, just 200th of a second difference between those guys. Okay, we've got a dog on the track. Okay, all right, okay. Hillard in the 2003 Cobra from Vancouver going against Dusty Rhodes from Surrey. Little problems here for Hillard off the line, but no problem for Dusty Rhodes. He's racing his grandpa's car, that 2013 CTS. Grandpa's car goes pretty good at 12.2, 312 miles an hour. Here's Dean Davies, our friend in a 65 GTO from Davies Sand and Gravel. I used to be a dump truck driver, spent a lot of time over in his yard. I saw that GTO sitting there, and here it is now at the track. Yeah, Dean might be having a little problem there. He's using a lot of real estate there. So we'll see him in the next round. I'm sure he's going to get that GTO fixed right up. Harry Witter in the yellow Corvette from Poco going against Tim Wong in his 2015 Corvette. So a lot of Corvettes on the property and a lot of Mustangs. So battle Corvette here on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We get motorcycle and outlaw to the lanes, please. Motorcycle and outlaw to the lanes, please. All sorts of tire spin for Tim Wong in the Lordco lane, but looks like he got through that, and he's going to take this pass at 12.78 with a 6 at 115 versus a 13.12 at 113. So 115 versus 113. So Tim taking that one, battle Corvette, all sorts of power under that hood, that's for sure. As soon as this track cools down a little bit more, I know he's going to be getting all the traction. All these times are just going to be getting quicker, folks. Just doing a little track prep before we carry on here. The Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Be sure to check out the Half Track Snack Shack. Clara Fawcett runs the place. She is the 2022 Employee of the Year. They do make a delicious fries and gravy. I highly recommend it. And you know, the chicken strips are a big favorite as well. So if you're feeling hungry, head on over to the concession stand. They also have all sorts of refreshments and, of course, the coveted blue Slurpee. I was just informed that BS Espresso is also open. They're serving mini donuts, iced tea, lemonade, all of the iced coffees you love so much, frappuccinos, cappuccinos, I don't know the Tinos, all the Tinos with whipped cream on top. I'm not a coffee drinker, so I'm not totally sure, but definitely get the chinos with the whipped cream on top. Tell them Chrissy told you to come there. They'll give you extra whipped cream. No problem. I'm seeing a couple things from there right now. A lovely lemonade. And what do you have, Anna? Caramel macchiato. Now, whatever that is, it looks delicious. So check it out. The BS Espresso mini donuts and all of the yummy iced drinks you could ever want in your life. Now, I was just schooled in macchiatos. Now, apparently, Starbucks makes a fake one, and we make the real one here. So make sure you get a real macchiato and not a fake one from Starbucks. That is my TED Talk today. Thank you. Moving on into a licensing pass now. In order to be licensed, you need to do between 6 and 8 passes. So that's what he's doing. He probably just bought this truck and is getting his NHRA license for this one. So here we go. It's Mike Enns, 2002 Ford Lightning, sponsored by Crown Door and Rods, Hot Rods. .31, 131 miles an hour. He's just getting faster and faster, folks. It's cooled down to 24.5 degrees Celsius here at Mission Raceway Park. These vehicles are only getting faster and faster as the night goes on, and the sun's getting to be in that annoying position. But soon enough, that sun will go down, and it is going to be glorious. BS BMW in the Lordco lane going against Raz Van Desan. Regular here at the Friday Night Street Legals. He's from Maple Ridge. Racing a 1996 VW Golf, part of Team All Race. Raz Van chasing them down, but he rolled through his lights, so no time for Raz Van. BMW an 11.43 at 119 with a 3. Carl Jameson in that 1957 Chevy called Reform School, sponsored by Maximum Collision Abbey, going against Clayton Schultz in his 2019 Dodge, running a 392 Hemi. Right down the center of the groove, Clayton Schultz, a 12.03, 113 with a 9. Carl Jameson, a 13.87 at 95 miles an hour. John Cussman, the 2016 Corvette called White Cocoa, going against Dale Wood from Mission in his 72 Nova. He's saying, I don't think so, Dale. 9.98, 140 miles an hour. Dale an 11.71 at 116. Jerry Delaney from Surrey in the TCS lane, 66 Acadian, running a Chevy 540, going against Mark Swan from Abbey in his 2006 GMC truck. It's a Sierra Rolling Coal, sponsored by Lordco and VDG Construction. There's Mark spooling up that big bad diesel, and he is off. Definitely having a little bit of problem there, having to pedal it and let out of it. A 10.9, 228 for Jerry Delaney. And Mark just coasting down to the top end of 17.89. Malia Basel. I love the pink letters. That is the coolest thing. 2018 Audi RS3 going against Darren Price, 1989 Ford Mustang Fox body. A 10.84 for Darren Price, 123 with a 7. Malia, a 10.23 at 132. Just spent too long at the line. 2.6 second reaction time for her. Joel Smith, 1971 Pontiac, going against Darcy from Surrey in his 97 Mustang. Joel sponsored by Zapstrap Racing and Jerry's OK Tires. Joel Smith versus Darcy. Big liftoff for Joel Smith, and he's taking this one a 10.33 at 131 with a 7. Darcy an 11.30 at 119. Next pairing is Jared Balfour, 2015 Dodge, running a 376, going against Neil Thomas in the Lordco lane. 1972 Chevy Nova with a 502. Dodge versus Chevy here on the titanium strip. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get sports compacts to the lanes, please? Sports compacts to the lanes. Wow, Neil Thomas, a 9.21, 149 miles an hour, folks. I think he's the fastest car on the property so far. Jared a 10.38 at 136 miles an hour. Folks, they're just getting faster and faster as it cools it down. It's cooled down another degree so far. Again, when that annoying sun is just another half an hour, and it's going to be bliss here. Everything is going to cool down, and these cars are going to rock. Shane Rawlings from Aldergrove here in the water box. All right, this is William Wood from Langley. 1992 Mustang Fox body, running a 427. It's packing the laundry, so this thing's probably pretty fast. Purging that nitrous. Off and using all the real estate, getting far to the left. A 9.79. Clearly he lifted, but wow. At the 8th mile, he was doing 120 miles an hour, folks. I see. So that is usually an 8th mile car. So yeah, at the 8th mile, 120 miles an hour, and that's he's a part of the Outlaw 275. So those cars are pretty cool, and we saw a ton of them at Door Wars 11. Here comes Ivan Kirkovic. He calls his car Drago. This car has around 2,000 horsepower. Now, he doesn't race in the bracket racing, but he comes and hangs out with us at the Friday Night Street Legals and participates in the private track rentals. He's told me he has done a 7.61, 192 miles an hour. He's got a Mustang running a Coyote engine, 2021 Mustang. He had a great pass, his last pass. Let's see what he can do here. But I know he's just going to get faster and faster, folks. 8.36, 173 miles an hour. Well, that is the fastest car on the property. 173. Wow. Moving into motorcycle class now. Motorcycles sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. It's Charles Leak here in the TCS lane. And Chris Raffi. close racing action here, only 44/100th of a second difference. This one's going to Charles, a 10.95, 139 miles an hour. Versus 11.08 at 133 for Chris. Coriel in the 2006 Suzuki TCS lane going against Paul Antunes from Burnaby in the 22 Ducati. All right, these are these guys' first pass here tonight. 10.66 at 144 with a 7 for Paul Antunes. And Coriel with a 12.37 at 99. Coming up next is Nathan Kemp from Langley, 2019 Yamaha 900cc engine. Big thanks to Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports for sponsoring our motorcycle class. An 11.5, a 2 with an 8 at 120 miles an hour for Nathan Kemp. And we're rolling now into our sports compact class, brought to you by Racing Greed. Luke Sever from Maple Ridge, 2018 Golf R in the TCS lane. Going against Tariq Delmire from Delta in his 2022 Subaru. Tarek is taking this one, a 14.22 at 97 miles an hour, and Luke with a 13.34. We've got Mark in his 2017 Honda TCS side, having a little problems on the launch. Going against Armand Dollywall in the 2021 Kia, having no problems at all. 13.18 at 105 for Armand. Mark of 16.41 at 88. Shiraz Khan coming up next in Toothless, the 2009 BMW. Going against Naj Sadhu, and he's in a 2019 BMW 440i. So 10-year difference between these BMWs, the 09 in the TCS lane and the 19 in the Lordco lane. Clean greens, and off they go, BMW battle, but issues for Shiraz. 11.85, 117 miles an hour for Naj, and a 17.59 for Shiraz. Clearly having some issues. BMW versus Honda. The BMW having some serious shifting issues here. Not sure what's going on with our BMWs today. The Honda at 12.60 at 111. If you notice that Honda, when he takes off, his rear stabilizer is just hopping up and down. It's pretty interesting to see. We have Ryan in our TCS lane 2012 Audi going against Trent Barnes from Langley in his 02 Golf. Ryan caught Trent sleeping at the line, checking the weather on his phone or something. So Ryan will take this one here at 15.39 with 85 miles an hour. Trent a 16.92 at 79. Calvier Dollywall TCS lane 2017 Infinity going against Vinny in his 2020 Infinity. So we've got an Infinity battle here, Calvier versus Vinny. Calvier taking it, even though he had a 1.2 second reaction time. He caught up at 10.77 at 127 versus Vinny, 11.26 at 121. We've got Kevin Kaiser from Surrey, 1973 Beetle going against Troy Harrison from Surrey. He's racing a 1991 VW Golf here in our sports compact class. Friday night street legals. Troy trying to chase down Kevin, but Kevin a 0.34 reaction time versus a 1.5 reaction time. Almost caught him, folks. 12.90 for Kevin at 12.25, but with that reaction time, it's a no-go, Troy. Daniel Pan in the TCS lane. 2010 VW Jetta with a 2-liter turbo. He's from Coquitlam going against Lorenzo from Coquitlam in the 95 BMW 318 Ti. It is pretty close neck and neck here at the 8th mile, but it looks like Daniel Pan pulling away in the top end of 15.44, 95 with a 9. Lorenzo, a 16.71, 83 with a 6. Chayton from Langley, 2007 BMW 335 in the TCS side, going against Jared Miller from Alberta in his 09 BMW. Chayton just shifting away, trying to catch Jared. That has a little bit of smoke coming out there in the top end. But Jared's taking this one, a 13.28 at 107, 13.48 at 108 for Chayton, just 41/100th of a second difference. Acura in the TCS lane going against Zachary Albertine from Surrey in his 02 Civic. Zachary rolling through the light, so no time for him, but looks like he's just getting used to the shifting aspect there. 15.63, 82 for the TCS lane. Honda versus Infinity here in the sports compact class. Infinity just trying to chase him down. Can he catch him? It looks like he just might. Yes, he did. 14.29 versus 14.66. Good job. Clayton in his 2021 Tesla Model 3 in the TCS side, going against Lorenzo Angarelli from Pitt Meadows in the 96 VW GTI, sponsored by Faro Industries. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get domestics to the lanes, please? Domestics to the lanes, please. Clayton in the Tesla, 13.97, 100 miles an hour. Lorenzo, a 15.90 at 89. Cole Clavries from Langley, 1991 VW called Jane in the TCS lane, going against Miles Walsh. It is 93 VW. He says he's an Irishman from the west coast of Ireland. 14.44 at 101 for the Irishman. And Cole, a 15.555 at 97 with an O. Kevin Fast in the Infinity going against Carla in the 92 Honda. Kevin is a Langley resident, racing the 05 Infinity, 635. Carla in the 92 Honda, a resident of Vancouver. Just waiting for Carla to light that next bulb. Nice clean green, pretty similar reaction times. Looks like this one's gonna go to the lady. Carla, 12.89 at 110 versus Kevin Fast, 13.27 at 109 with a 3. There's a VW in the TCS lane with that 2004 Dodge Neon. Looks like his trunk was open. Danny Long in the Lordco lane from Coquitlam. 14.777 at 94 for Danny Long. And the VW of 15.95 at 88. Steve Abuzini in the 83 Mazda RX-7 called the Bullet, going against Windia Wong from Langley in that Porsche 911. Looks like some problems for Steven and his RX-7, but no problems for Windia Wong. Holy, a 10.60, 132 miles an hour, folks. That is pretty fast. 18.44, 67 miles an hour with Steven having a problem. A rule here in the TCS side from Surrey, 07 BMW, going against Anthony Walker, part of Two Zilla in that 2017 Audi in the Lordco lane. A 10.88 at 125 for Anthony Walker. Raul, a 13.79 at 103. Great racing action here. It's cooling down in just moments. That sun is going to set, and it is going to be glorious here. Audi in the TCS lane now. A 10.42, 134 miles an hour for that Audi in the TCS lane. Sports Compact, sponsored by Racing Greeds. Thank you so much to our friends at Racing Greed for sponsoring that class. Josh M. from Mission. It is 1993 Fox Body Mustang going against Jeff Letherman from Abbotsford in his 2005 Mustang. Looks like Josh is giving him a run for his money here. Josh an 11.85 with a 9.116. Jeff a 12.888 at 105. Black Corvette in the Lordco lane. Going against the Mustang in the TCS lane as we roll into our domestic class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Just like to thank everybody for being out here tonight with us, spending your evening at Mission Raceway. We appreciate it. So glad to see the young folks out. We hope to see you again at the next Street Legals, and of course the big TNT bracket race, the big money, July 28th to 30th, $20,000 to be won on Saturday in the 32-car box shootout. Looks like the Mustang having some problems they're letting out of it. Meridad Ahmad, an 11.71, 117 miles an hour. AJ Sadu, TCS side, 2019 Camaro. Here's Harj Chima, 2021 Mustang. Harj is sponsored by GSS Auto, and Harj is taking this one, 11.71 at 119 miles an hour. AJ Sadu at 12.94 at 120 with a 5. Our next pair is our F-150 guys. It's Mark Goddard, TCS lane from Abbotsford, 2018 F-150 going against Andy Ruka from Maple Ridge, 2016 F-150. These guys just out having a blast. Hey, if you have a Ford F-150, bring it out. Namar from Abbotsford, sponsored by Reaper Custom Vehicle Wraps in the TCS lane. It's going against Benjamin O'Hannison in the 2019 Tesla. And look at that, the sun has set behind the trees and it is glorious. Already cooled down to 23 degrees Celsius. Expect these cars to start really going fast. That Mustang's trying to chase that Tesla down. But he can't do it, not with a reaction time like that. A 13.72, 100 miles an hour whole shot win for the Tesla. Shea Maggiano, 1929 Model A, sorry. Gorgeous looking thing. Going against Kai Jessamine in the Blazer. And there's a side-by-side drag race. 14.2194 miles an hour for Shea in the Model A, taking it versus the 14.45, so just 31/100ths difference. It's Jeremy from Abbotsford in that 1980 GMC truck going against Lucas McCrazer from Langley in his 2002 truck. Rolling some coal and hauling, but they're in that cool 2002 GMC. Lucas taking it at 12.38 at 109 with a 6. Jeremy is 16.65 at 92 even. Our next pairing here in the domestic class is Jody King. Jody is from Langley, 1998 Dodge truck, running a 360, going against CJ Hookham from Mission. 2010 Dodge, running a 345 Hemi. Lots of racing action still to come, folks. A 13.34 at 105 for CJ, and Jody King a 15.68 at 86. Chris Leak in that 62 Nova, going against Tyler Carr in the 74 Vet, sponsored by Owen Carr's Brothers Family Racing Team. Close racing action here at the 1,000 foot. It's going to Tyler Carr, 13.59 in the Vet at 101 versus the 13.999 at 98 in the Lordco lane. 69 Camaro driven by Jason Lynch going against Lucas Taggart. That 2022 Dodge having some issues here at the start. He is just going to coast down to the top end. Hopefully nothing too serious wrong with Lucas. But Jason Lynch in that 69 Camaro at 12.41 at 117 miles an hour. Chase Cranmore from Surrey, 2017 Chevy Camaro going against Randy McKenzie, a Mission resident in that 1972 Nova. End lift from Randy McKenzie there in the Nova. 11.16 at 121 versus 12.16 at 116 for Chase. Dave Clark in the TCS lane. 2022 Ford going against Paul Chernoff from Port Moody in the 2022 Tesla.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Outlaw to lanes. Attention in the pits, Outlaws to lanes.
Thank you so much. I have my intern announcers here with us today. At 11.53 for Paul in the Tesla, 12.42 for Dave in the Mustang, so that is a close matchup. Hopefully we'll see those two line up again. We have John from North Delton, the 62 Ford, running a 363 Ford motor, going against Sean Mercer from Abbotsford, 2019 Camaro. 12.85 at 110 for Sean Mercer and a 12.80 for John from North Delta. So very close, 44/100th of a second difference. Again, these cars are getting faster and faster. Here's Harry Whitaker from Poco in the Corvette going against Tim Wong in his Corvette. A little bit of wheel spin for Tim, but he recovers. And he is taking off, folks. A 12.47 at 117 for Tim, and Harry a 12.87 at 116. Leonard Benke up to the line, TCS lane. He's for Mission. This is another Chevy S10 battle going against Matt Dawson. Pretty close battle here at the 330 and the 8th mile. Who will it be? Matt Dawson, 14.46. Looks like Leonard let out of it, a 15.04 at the end. Cam Penner, TCS side. He's racing that 2006 Dodge Charger, Hemi powered, sponsored by Racing with Doug, going against Ted Short in the Lordco lane. Deep staging his Mustang convertible.
Yeah.
13.62 at 103 with a 5 for Ted Short. Cam Penner a 15.45 at 89. Utah Mooney in the TCS lane from Coquitlam, the 1999 Ford going against the 2020 Corvette. Zdenek in that Corvette, 11.79 at 119. Utah just having a great old time, 18.62. Great pass, way faster than his last one. Good job, Utah. All right, so I've got Alex Green here of the famous Alex Green Racing Team, and he's going to announce the next car for us. Next up, we've got, put this to your mouth. Are you scared? Dusty Roads?
Dusty Roads.
Racing a
Racing a 2013 CTS from Surrey.
These announcers are the future. Alex Green, of course, from our junior racing class. Dusty Rhodes from Surrey's racing Grandpa's car. And I must say, Grandpa's car is pretty quick. Maybe I can borrow Grandpa's car. At 12.23, 114 miles an hour for Dusty Rhodes. All right, looks like we're Moving into Outlaw class now. Outlaw sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. So glad to see everybody out here today on a beautiful Friday evening. It's cooling down nicely, 23.5 degrees Celsius here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. That means these cars will be going even faster. Track officials just doing a little track prep, making sure the track is okay for our Outlaw class. Of course, safety is number one. Just a reminder, racing on the Fraser River is back. The Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association Summer Nationals are tomorrow. We have a beach behind us, if you didn't know that, over where our tech area is. There's a gorgeous beach, and if you're going to come down to the Fraser Valley Boat Drags Association Summer Nationals, bring your lawn chair and your umbrella. They're going to have a beer gardens and a barbecue concession stand on site. I know I'm going to be there. Actually, I'm the announcer. So Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association's race tomorrow. Gates open at 9 a.m. for fans, and racing starts from 10 a.m. to around 3 or 4 p.m. So drag boats are back, folks. It is a big deal. Lots of fun to be had tomorrow. Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association's Summer Nationals. Don't forget our next Street Legals, where you can bring your car and race, is next Friday, July the 21st. The Mopac Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply, here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Our next big race is the TNT West Coast Classic. It's a bracket race giving away big cashola. It is 8th mile racing, pre-entry only. Visit tntmotorsports.com if you are interested. But the payout on the 32-car box shootout on Saturday, $20,000. The 16-car no-box shootout, $7,500. This is some big cashola, you guys, and these guys are going to want that money. That is the TNT bracket race coming up on July the 28th to the 30th, TNT West Coast Classic. Also, don't forget, on August 4th to 6th, the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags, the Gasser Get Down, Street Rods, Street Classics, Street Machine, Outlaws, and Pro Mods, and much, much more. Believe me, you need Pro Mods in your life. I had some Pro Mods at Door Wars. I'm a changed woman. It was an awakening standing next to those Pro Mods. Oh, all right. So who's doing the call out, Cadence or Alex? Okay, we'll let Cadence do it since Alex called the car. So here is Cadence Rodriguez, one of our junior announcers.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles to the lanes, motorcycles to the lanes.
You heard the lady. Motorcycles, we need you to the lanes, please. Motorcycles to the lanes. Big thanks to Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports for sponsoring our motorcycle class. Now, these two dealerships are the go-to spots for all of your motorcycle needs. Whether you're looking for a high-performance sports bike or a classic cruiser, Mountain View Motorsports has you covered with a large selection of the top brands. And for those of you who are true Harley enthusiasts, Mountain View Harley-Davidson is the place to be, offering the latest models and accessories from the legendary manufacturer. So if you're in the market for a motorcycle or just want to check out the latest gear, make sure to visit Mountain View Motorsports and Mountain View Harley-Davidson. And thank you so much to those sponsors for your support. Great to see everybody out there in the stands on both sides. Good to see you. Isn't it nice now out there? Cooled right down. Oh yeah, lots of racing action still to come. Get on the text message and get your friends on down here. Of course, Mission is free for Mission residents with proof of residence. Shout out to everyone on the live stream. A gorgeous shot of the Fraser River right now. don't forget, we're going to have drag boats dragging on that river tomorrow. If you're on the live stream, you're going to want to head on down here and partake in some boat drags. Friday night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies, continues rolling into the Outlaw class now. Our first two cars rolling up into the water box now. Dale Wood in the TCS lane in that 72 Nova. He's from Mission, going against Darren Price in his 1989 Ford Fox Body Mustang. Darren from Abbotsford, Dale from Mission. Already cooled down to 20.7 degrees Celsius. Perfect racing conditions, you guys. And this is a drag race right here. Darren pulling away in the top end at 10.89 at 123. Dale Wood at 11.68, 116 with a 6. BMW in the TCS lane going against Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam, racing a 2019 Dodge, running a 392 Hemi. Great reaction time for Clayton Schultz at 12.12, 113. He wins it on the tree versus the 11.48 at 116 with the 2.33 second reaction time. Reaction times do matter, racers. Here comes Ivan Kirkovic. It's Drago. He's in a 2021 Mustang running a Coyote engine, folks. This car has around 2,000 horsepower. It is the fastest car on the track. I think it did about a 170 something on its last pass. Oh, a little bit squirrely for Ivan there. He had to let out of it. So much power, 2,000 horsepower, like 10.34 at 140 miles an hour. Next up, we've got a licensing pass. We've got Jack's going to introduce us to this car here.
Mike Enns. 2002 Ford. Sponsored by Count Gort.
Man, you're awesome, dude. swear, these announcers, they're going to take my job. They're just too good. Mike N's licensing pass at 10.25, 130 miles an hour, sponsored by Crown Door and Rods, Hot Rods. All of our junior announcers here, our little apprentices, they're all a part of our junior program. So we let them come on up here and announce a car or announce a class. It's good old family racing here, and we embrace it on the titanium strip. Our junior racers, folks, are the racers of the future. One day, I'm going to be announcing names like Alex Green, Cadence Rodrigue, all up in the hot rod, sportsman, and who knows, maybe even pro mod one day. Got to support our future racers. Our next two cars are Jared Balfour, 2015 Dodge, running a 376. Going against Jerry Delaney from Surrey. It's 1966 Acadian, running a 540 Chev. Jerry Delaney using all the real estate down the track there, but hanging on for the win at 10.19, 132 miles an hour. First Jared at 10.40 at 136 with a 3. Got Darcy from Surrey in his 1997 Fox Body Mustang, going against Mark Zwan from Abbey in his 2006 GMC Sierra Cool Roller, sponsored by Lordco and VDG Construction. There he is, spooling up the turbo in the diesel. Look at that smoke show. Oh, we got a cross in the center line by Darcy. Holy, that was a close one, folks. An 11,777 for Mark Zwan. Now he was hauling. Obviously, he had to let out of that when he saw Darcy crossing that center line. We're going to get our track officials out there right now, make sure none of our timing blocks were hit. And really glad those two didn't hit each other. Just not ready for that today. Friday night street legal action here. Sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Track officials just heading down the track to see if there was any damage done on that lane cross.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sports combat to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sports combat to the lanes, please.
Great job. You've heard the man. Sports compacts. We need you to the lanes, please. That was Alex Green, of course, of the famous Green Brother Junior Racing Team. Family racing at its finest here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Just doing some final checks on the track before we can carry on. All right, the red lights are off. Our starter says we're good to go.
Got John Cussman from Abbotsford, BC in the 2016 Corvette called the White Cocoa.
And that's Cadence Rodriguez, our junior announcer. He's going against Malia Basel from Coquitlam in 2018 Audi RS3. Audi versus Corvette here at the Friday Night Street Legals on the Titanium Strip. John Cussman not fooling around at all, a 10.19 of 119 versus the 10.29 at 132 of Malia. There's no spectating on the Lordco Bridge. If you don't mind, please moving along on the Lordco Bridge. Please don't make us bring our security over there. Attention on the Lordco Bridge. You need to move along, please. We have a Porsche in the TCS lane going against Robert McLean from Burnaby in his 2018 Chevy's on the brake, slowing it down at 11.36 at 124 versus the 9.70 of the Porsche at 148.
Neil Thomas in the 1972 Chevy.
He is in the TCS lane. Is going against Don Iusugi from Coquitlam, 2008 Mustang in the Lordco lane. So Neil Thomas, the 72 Nova, going against Don in his 08 Mustang. Wow, folks, they are going faster and faster. Look at Neil Thomas, a 9.10, 149 with a 6, and Don a 12.05 at 114. This cooler weather here, 21.6 Celsius at the track, is Mighty fine for these race cars. It's Shane Rollins from Aldergrove here in his 86 GMC truck, running a 468 big block Chev. Great pass for him at 12.47 at 101 miles an hour. Moving on into our motorcycle class, brought to you by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Is Corral in his 06 Suzuki going against Charles Leak from Chilliwack on his 2016 bike. A clean green for both these bikes. Charles Leak pulling ahead at 10.80 at 141 with the 3, and Corral at 11.66. And Corral with 11.66 at 119. Nathan Kemp from Langley, 2019 Yamaha on the TCS lane, going against Paul and Tunes on his 22 Ducati. Oh, some lift off there in the top end with Paul. Wow, an 11.32 for Nathan Kemp. He won him on the reaction time, folks. Reaction time does matter. Friday night street legals here. Moving into Sports Compact, brought to you by Racing Greed. It's Luke Sever from Maple Ridge, 2018 Golf R, going against Carla A from Vancouver in the 92 Honda. Carla A trying to chase Luke down, and she does it, a 13.68 at 112. Luke with a 13.38 at 102. Richard Avenchko from Langley in the 95 Honda TCS lane, going against Tariq Delmer from Delta, the 2022 Subaru. .78 at 111 with a 7.4. Richard at 14.05. 98 with a 3 for Turek. It looks like they're letting the Audi TTS go. Solo pass. 10.301, the 34 with a 6 for the Audi in the Lordco lane. Looks like Vinny backing out of the lane. Armand Dollywall from Abbotsford in the 2021 Kia in the TCS lane, going against the Infinity in the Lordco lane. 13.33 at 105 miles an hour for Armand Dollywall, and 11.89 at 113 for the Infinity. It's Kyle Reitz from Abbotsford 2016 Audi in the TCS lane going against Calvir Dollywall from Surrey in the 2017 Infinity. Looks like Calvir's trying to chase him down, and he does it at 10.56 at 130. Kyle at 117 at 11.58. Lorenzo Angelari from Pitt Meadows, the 96 VW GTI in the Lordco lane going against Cole Claviers from Langley, 1991 VW. He calls Jane. You know, Cole in that VW, he's got some top end speed because he almost caught up to Lorenzo there. 15.75 at 88, and Cole a 15.70 at 96. So wow, he's having a little problems on the start, but that thing goes. Chayton in the BMW TCS lane having some problems on the start, going against Vinny in the 2020 Infinity, having no problems. 11.22 at 121, and Chayton a 14.21 at 107. Here, say this one. Trent Barnes from Langley in the 02 Golf going against Ryan in the 2012 Audi. Looks like Trent Barnes realigning himself. Up on the tree, bulbs are lit. Green, clean, and mean. Ryan a 15.34, 85 miles an hour, and Trent a 16.28 at 87.
Troy Harrison from Surrey, BC in the 91 VW Golf.
All right, pal. Yeah, that was Troy Harrison from Surrey. 91 VW Golf in the Lordco lane, and 11.90 at 121 versus the 13.22 at 109 in the TCS lane. Miles Walsh from Coquitlam, the 93 VW. He's an Irishman from the west coast of Ireland. Well, I hope he comes up to the tower because I would like to talk to that gentleman. Going against the VW in the TCS lane. I want to say that's a VW Rabbit. But I could be hallucinating. I am 50 years old now. Miles Walsh, a 14.40, 100 with a 7. And the VW, a 14.95 at 94. Danny Long, TCS lane in that 2004 Dodge Neon from Coquitlam, going against Anthony Walker, just hauling in that 2017 Audi, part of Toonzilla. 10.69, 127 miles an hour. A 14.74 at 93 for Danny Long. Lorenzo Berlosa from Coquitlam, 95 BMW, 318 Ti in the TCS lane, going against Daniel Pan from Coquitlam in that 2010 Jetta. Jetta having some problems, but chasing Lorenzo down now. Will he be able to get up to him? Certainly can. A 15.25 at 96. A 16.58 for Lorenz in the BMW. Zachary from Surrey in the O2 Civic TCS lane going against Raul Alberstini in the 07 BMW. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get domestic to the lanes, please? Domestic to the lanes. Raul with a 13.73 at 103 with a 6. Zachary a 15.75 at 87. Clayton Chev, 2021 Tesla from Coquitlam going against the Porsche. Lucinda Wong racing the Porsche. Well, no doubt about it, that Porsche taking that pass, 11.11 at 130 with an 8. And the 21 Tesla, 13.99, 100 miles an hour. Honda Civic versus an Acura here. Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. 14.76, 95 miles an hour in the Lordco lane, a 14.60 at 99 in the TCS side. Here comes Carla A in that 92 Honda. She's from Vancouver going against Shiraz Khan in the 2009 BMW in the Lordco lane. Calls it toothless. Looks like he had to let out of it big time, letting Carla take the win at 12.95, 111 miles an hour. Hopefully Shiraz not having too much damage on his car there. He's definitely pedaled it and had to let out. Anything can happen here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Next Friday is your chance to bring your car out to the Mopac Street Legals, July the 21st. Don't forget, tomorrow we've got the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association Summer Nationals. Tomorrow, gates open at 9 a.m. here behind us. And the glorious Fraser racing starts at 10 till 3. Bring your umbrella. Bring your sunscreen and come and hang out on the beach, and bring your lawn chair. Hang out on the beach here at Mission Raceway. Never thought I'd be saying those words, but here we are. Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association racing on the Fraser is back. Come enjoy the beer gardens, the barbecue concession stand, and pretty much we're just going to have a great old time watching some drag boats. And if you happen to own a fast boat, you could enter. Just check them out online. Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association. You will have to do a couple licensing passes, but I think it's only like $100 to enter that race with your boat. Big time fun. Benjamin O'Hannison in the 2019 Tesla going against Jeff Letherman from Abbotsford. Jeff's racing his 2005 Mustang. Mustang versus Tesla here. Kind of feeling like the mighty Teslas are letting me down today. 12.86 for the Mustang and a 13.78 for the Tesla. AJ Sandhu from Delta 2019 Camaro going against Paul Chernoff. Holy moly in his Tesla. Not letting us down here at all. 11.53, 115 miles an hour. AJ 13.32 at 120. Matt Dawson in his 92 Chevy S10 in the TCS lane going against Leonard Banky in his 84 S10. Battle of the Chevy S10s here on the titanium strip. Wow, that was a close one. 14.20 with a 5, a 14.47 with a 7. Just 2/100ths of a second between those two cars. Chase Cranmore in the 2017 Chevy TCS lane going against Chris Leak in his 62 Nova. Of course, Chris Leak double classing from motorcycle class. Then he just jumps into his 62 Nova and carries on racing here. That's pretty cool, but Chase has taken this one at 12.23 at 116 with a 7. Chris a 14.02, 98 with a 4. Jody King, TCS lane 98 Dodge, running a 360 in that truck, going against CJ Hookham from Mission, a 2010 Dodge with a 345 Hemi, having a little burp on the line there as he chases down Jody. But not with that reaction time, CJ. 2.5 second reaction time, so that one goes to Jody, 15.67, 86 miles an hour. Whole shot win. Lucas McCrazer from Langley in the 2002 Chevy truck, going against Cam Penner from Langley, the 06 Charger with the 5.7 liter Hemi. Roll and Cole here on the titanium strip. Lucas hauling down the track, leaving Cam in the dust. 12.49 at 109 versus a 15.36 at 89 for Cam. Josh M, 93 Mustang Fox Body, going against Jason Lynch, 69 Camaro. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaws to the lane, please? Outlaw to the lane. Close race there. Josh M in the Mustang taking it at 12.37 at 116 with a 3. The Camaro at 13.32 at 112. Tim Wong in his 2015 Corvette going against the yellow Corvette. Tim giving the yellow one a little head start, but chasing him right down. He won't do it, folks. Not with a 1.49 reaction time. 13.19 at 115 for the yellow vet. Tim a 12.44 at 117 with a 1.49 reaction time. Dave Clark, TCS lane, 2022 Ford Mustang going against Kai Jessamine in his K5 Blazer. Nice straight pass for Dave Clark, an 11.58 at 123. Kai Jessamine, a 14.40 at 95 even. Here's our truck battle again, the battle of the F-150s. It's Mark Goddard, TCS lane from Abbey, going against Andy Ruka from Maple Ridge. A 15.62 for Mark, a 15.55 for Andy. And there's Ted Short and Harj Chima. Chima in the 2021 Mustang in the Lordco lane. Looks like he might have done this before. An 11.71 at 120 even. Ted a 13.83 at 105. Utah Mooney, TCS Lane. He's from Coquitlam, 1999 Ford. Going against Randy McKenzie from Mission. Racing that 1972 Nova. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, Outlaws to the lanes, please. Outlaws, your final call to the lanes. Motorcycle, your first call to the lanes, please. Motorcycles, please make your way to the lanes, please. Dusty Rhodes, here a solo pass. He's from Surrey, a 2013 CTSV. This is his grandpa's car. .44, 113 miles an hour for Dusty Rhodes. Great to see everybody still here with us. Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Thanks for spending your Friday evening here with us on the Titanium Strip. Don't forget the next big race, the TNT bracket race coming up. July 28th to 30th, the TNT West Coast Classic, where they're giving away the big money. $20,000 going to the winner of the 32-car box shootout on Saturday, as well as $7,500 going to the no box shootout winner. On Sunday, the main event, the winner gets $7,500. I mean, they're giving away money left and right. And you know, when it comes to 20 grand, those racers are going to be giving her. There's going to be no hold barred. There's going to be no more friends. It's all going to be on. It's on, guys. It's on. And ladies. Don't forget about the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. August 4th to 6th, the Gasser Get Down, Street Rod, the Street Classic, Street Machine, Outlaw, Pro Mod, and much more. Always a great time. The Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. And don't forget to bring your car out and come race with us next Friday. Mopac Street Legals, July the 21st. It's your turn to be a drag racer. Bring your car, truck, grocery getter, whatever you have. Come on, bring it out and come race with us. Just a little track prep before we move into our Outlaw class. Just be a few moments. While our track officials make sure everything is cool at the other end of the track. Give it a little brush down. We'll be back to racing momentarily. Right, just doing some track maintenance before we bring out those Outlaws, because being 21.3 Celsius, we are going faster and faster here, folks. Nothing but speed here in our last hour of racing. Safety, of course, is the first priority, so we don't want to let those Outlaws go without a flat and safe track. So thanks for your patience. We'll be getting back to Outlaws at the Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Big thanks to my junior announcers that were helping me out earlier. Appreciate your help. To the Green Brothers and Cadence Rodrigue. Big thanks to everybody here in the tower. Guntus, Shelby, Anna. My name's Chrissy Anderson. Forgot to even mention that. Usually we have Joey, our interim announcer as well, our trainee. So hopefully we'll see him at the next race. All right, looks like the starter giving the go-ahead to start our Outlaw class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Malia Basile from Coquitlam, 2018 Audi RS3. Going against Anthony Basile from Coquitlam, 2018 Porsche 911. But he still holds his foot down and takes it a 9.68, 147 miles an hour. Malia a 10.26 at 132. Joel Smith, the 1971 Pontiac, sponsored by Zapstrap Racing, Jerry's OK Tire. Tyler Smith's dad going against Jared Belfour in the 2015 Dodge. Liftoff for Joel Smith. Wow, just keeps lifting that front end all the way down the track. A 9.96, 140 miles an hour for Joel Smith. What a pass, folks. A 12.61 at 71 for Jared, obviously letting off. But these things are getting faster and faster. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compact to the lanes, please. Neil Thomas in his 1972 Chevy in the TCS lane, going against Dale Wood from Mission in his 72 Nova. Squirrely down the track there. Yeah, Neil Tom's getting squirrely down there, and both of them rolled through the light, folks. That's why there's no times for each of them. So Neil rolled through first, and Dale was like, it's on, and nobody got a time. So next up, we've got Darren Price. 1989 Ford Mustang Fox body going against Karen Price. From Abbotsford as well. I'm hoping this is a husband and wife team. She's in her 1987 Chevy S10. I think that Darren and Karen should switch cars for the next pass. What do you think? I think so. Yeah, see? I think so, folks. Darren Price at 10.95 at 124 even. Karen at 11.64 at 116. Our next pair is Clayton Schultz. Clayton's from Coquitlam in the 2019 Dodge, going against Jerry Delaney in the 66 Acadian. Clayton running some 392 Hemi power. Oh, but having some problems and having to lift and watch Jerry Delaney just fly by. 10.19, 132 with a 5. Clayton at 11.95 at 114. Great racing action here at the Friday Night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Got some nitrous purging going on here in the Lordco lane. Single pass here for William Wood from Langley, 1992 Mustang. He's running nitrous. I think he's even packing the laundry. Oh, a big liftoff and a hard slam down. And he's just going to coast down to the top end. Hopefully he didn't do any damage, but so much power there with that car. Wow. Sometimes when they slam down like that, it's serious, serious cha-ching on the wallet. So let's hope not. Let us know, William Wood. Let us know, pal. Mark Swan here in his Cole Roland 2006 GMC Sierra. He's from Abbotsford, sponsored by Lordco and VDG Construction. Spooling up that big old diesel engine. Nice pass for Mark, a 10.41, 131 with an 8. Great job. Cool looking truck, hey. You know, I used to be a truck driver for 22 years, and seeing that, it gets me going. Let me tell you, rolling some coal. Speaking of rolling, we're rolling into our motorcycle class, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Coriel in the TCS lane going against Charles Leake from Chilliwack. Our first 2 motorcycles. Just waiting for Coriel to bump into that next bulb. Coriel getting totally into the right of the groove there, even out of the groove, pretty close to the center line there at the top end at 11.23 for Charles, at 11.81 for Corriel. It's Paul Antunes and Nathan Kempt up next. Red light for Paul. Looked like he had some trouble, then he went right back into it. Nathan taking this one at 11.69, 119 miles an hour. Paul an 11.94, 132 with a 5, but the old red light 800th. Moving our way into Sports Compact now, sponsored by Racing Greed. Thank you so much to Racing Greed for sponsoring Sports Compact. It's Vinny in the TCS lane running his 2020 Infinity. It's going against Calvir Dollywall from Surrey in his 2017 Infinity. The big old deep stage by Vinny. Clean greens. Calvir Dollywall at 10.66 with an 8 at 130. Vinny at 11.24 at 121 even. It's Luke Sever here from Maple Ridge, 2018 Golf R. Going against Tariq from Delta in this 2022 Subaru. .25 at 103 for Luke. Tariq with a 14, even at 98 miles an hour. Lorenz in the TCS lane, Daniel in the Lordco lane. Lorenz in his 95 BMW. Daniel chasing him down in the 2010 VW Jetta. Looks like he's going to do it, folks, even with a 1 in front on his reaction time of 15.05 versus Lorenz 16.34. Audi in the Lordco lane going against Kyle Reeds from Abbotsford in his 2016 Audi. It's actually an Audi in the Lordco lane, so Audi. 10.42 for the unnamed Audi in the Lordco lane, and 11.62 at 117 with a 5 for Kyle. We have Clayton in his 2021 Tesla in the TCS lane going against the Infinity in the Lordco lane. Looked like the Infinity just sent in a text message before he was going to take off. Maybe checking the weather. Maybe he was inviting his friends to the boat drags tomorrow. I don't know. But you know what? He still beats him, went around him, an 11.88. Here I am beaking off. 113 with a 4. Good job. Integra versus a Honda Civic. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestics to the lanes, please? Domestics, we need you in the lanes, please. Lorenzo Angelari from Pitt Meadows in the TCS Lane 96 VW GTI, sponsored by Faro Industries, going against Miles Walsh in the 93 VW. Getting all sorts of tire spin. He's an Irishman from the west coast of Ireland. .7692 with a 9 for Miles. 15.98 at 87 for Lorenzo. Next up, it's Troy Harrison in the TCS lane, 91 VW Golf, going against Carla A from Vancouver in that 1992 Honda. Looks like she may have a little trouble, had a hard shift. She's heading toward the center line a little. So using lots of real estate there, but hey, that's all right. 12.05, 122 with a 6 for Troy, 14.87 at 108 for Carla. Cole Cravries. We're just trying to figure out how to say his last name. He's from Langley, 1991 VW. He calls Jane going against that, I want to call it a VW Rabbit. And it looks like today the Rabbit is going to win. 14.87, 96 miles an hour. Here's Danny Long, 2004 Dodge Neon going against Lucinda Wong in the 911 Porsche. Holy moly. That's it. When I win the Lotto Max tonight, getting a Porsche 911. It's happening. I need a 911 in my harem. A 10.44, 132 miles an hour for Lucinda, and Danny a 14.84, 93 miles an hour. These cars are definitely going way faster. They're just going faster and faster, folks. So we still have some time of racing that we're carrying on, folks. 20.8 degrees Celsius. It just gets faster. That air gets colder. They can get more air into the engine, makes more horsepower. Boom. Big thanks to everybody spending their Friday nights with us here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Really appreciate it. Hope you come out tomorrow and watch the Fraser Valley Boat Drags Association do their thing tomorrow. It's going to be a great day of fun and excitement. Here's the Tesla battle. I love it. Benjamin, 2019 Tesla TCS lane. Paul, 2022 Tesla in the Lordco lane. Battle Tesla. Oh, I see. Looks like Paul turned on the super hyper mode on his Tesla. 11.56 at 115 miles an hour. A 13.80 at 99 for Benjamin. Kyle Justman in his orange K5 Blazer. He's from Surrey going against Chris Leake in his 1962 Nova. packing a 396. Here's a good drag race here. Pretty even at the 330, but it is Chris Leak pulling away in the top end. 13.93, 98 with a 4. And Kai with 14.48, 94 with an 8. Corvette in the TCS lane going against Harry Whittier in his Corvette, but this time it's the black Corvette going to be taking it. 12-point triple two at 113, and Harry with a 13.54 at 114. Just a reminder, there's no overnight camping tonight for racers, no overnight camping, and we are now opening the lanes. The lanes are open until 10:30, so bring your car down if you want to do another pass. Bring it on down. It's Jody King in the TCS lane in her 98 Dodge. CJ Hookham in the Lordco lane with that Hemi-powered 2010 Dodge, and he takes it a 13.15 at 105. Jody a 15.8 with a 986 miles an hour. We've got Jeff Lethaman from Abbotsford in his 2005 Mustang, going against Ted Short in his 2011 Mustang. Jeff's taken that pass at 12.92 at 106. Ted with a 13.94, also at 106. Utah Mooney versus Cam Penner. Cam's racing a 2006 Charger, sponsored by Race with Doug. Going against Utah, he's a fantastic regular here. He's just having a great old time. He's from Coquitlam, driving that 99 Ford. I think one day I'm going to race Utah. I wanna. In my Toyota Corolla. See, the consensus is I need to do it. Cam Penner, a 15.31. Utah, an 18.59. Here we have Dave Clark, 2022 Ford Mustang from Mission, going against Chase Cranmore from Surrey in his 2017 Chev. Wow, that's a close one here. Look at this, a 12.20 for Dave and a 12.50 for Chase. They were neck and neck at the 1,000-foot. Crazy. Mark Goddard from Abbey and Andy Ruka from Maple Ridge, that F-150 battle. Andy in the Lordco lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The lanes are open. Lanes are open. If you'd like to make a last pass, come on out. Open lanes till 10:30. All right, we've got one of those awesome Toyota 86 going against Randy McKenzie in the 72 Nova. Randy, a Mission resident here. Randy McKenzie in 11.29, 121 with a 1. And the Toyota 14.07, 98, having some problems at the line there. When you have a 2 as your reaction time, it's no good. Correal and Charles Leak is our next 2 motorcycles here, moving into the motorcycle class. It'll be Charles Leak at 11.04 at 137 miles an hour, and Corriel at 12.50. Lining up next, Dusty Rhodes from Surrey in Grandpa's Car, 2013 CTS, going against Benjamin O'Hannesson in the 2019 Tesla. Open lanes, bring your car, open lanes. Dusty with a 12.23, 114 with a 5. Benjamin a 13.76 at 100 miles an hour. Paul Chernoff from Port Moody in his 2022 Tesla going against Chris Leak in the 1962 Nova. He just jumps out of his motorcycle, jumps into his Nova. He's an animal. Paul at 11.53 at 115. Chris a 13.99 at 98. Next up, Jody King in the TCS lane. 1998 Dodge truck running a 360 going against CJ Hookham in that 2010 Dodge Hemi powered. CJ given a big head start, kind of like Street Outlaws local with a negotiation, but he negotiated away the win. A 15.81 for Jody, and CJ with a 13.55. We have Paul Antunes from Burnaby in the 22 Ducati going against Nathan Kemp in the 2019 Yamaha. This one's going to Paul at 10.76, 142 miles an hour. Nathan at 11.45 at 120. Here's Calvier Dollywall, TCS lane. He's from Surrey in his 2017 Infinity, going against Harry Witter from Poco in his yellow Chevy Corvette. Calvier with a great pass at 10.72, 127 with an 8. Harry in 18.62, clearly having some issues, 57 miles an hour. Infinity in the Lordco lane going against Dave Clark, 2022 Ford. Straight down the groove for Dave at 11.95 at 124. And the Lordco lane at 11.94 at 111 with a 1. Tariq from Delta in his Subaru TCS lane going against Vinny in his 2020 Infinity. Tarek just hanging out, almost a 2-second reaction time. Vinny at 11.43, Tariq a 13.98. Got a Ford truck here in the TCS lane. Oh, looked like he was going to hang a left. He turned a signal on. Wasn't sure. Just joking. Getting tired. .76, 83 miles an hour. Corriel in his 06 Suzuki going against Charles Leak. Charles in the Lordco lane. was pretty close, an 11.38 versus an 11.86. 0.6 of a second difference between those bikes. Here is our F-150 guys, Mark Goddard in the TCS lane in his 2018 F-150. Andy Ruka from Maple Ridge, 2016 F-150 in the Lordco lane. It looks like he put his tailgate up. I guess that wasn't giving him the aerodynamics he was looking for. But close race here at the 8th mile. And very close here, 15.51, 91 miles an hour to a 15.50, just 0.08 of a second difference. Chris Leak in a 62 Nova going against Paul in his 22 Tesla. Paul just hauling in that Tesla, an 11.56, 115. And Chris with a 13.84 at 98. The last minute to get your car into the lanes, folks. Open lanes for just a couple more minutes. Chase Cranmore from Surrey going against Benjamin in his 2019 Tesla. Chase going to take this one here, 12.16, 116 miles an hour. And Benjamin a 13.81 at 100 miles an hour.
After this pair goes, you can
Paul Antunes from Burnaby in his 2022 Ducati going against Nathan Kemp in the Lordco lane in his 2019 Yamaha. A 10.35, 147 miles an hour for Paul. And Nathan at 11.51 at 120 miles an hour. CJ Hookham here in the TCS lane. He's a Mission resident racing that 2010 Dodge. Going against Jody King in that 98 Dodge truck. CJ taking that one despite the 2.5 second head start, 13.39 at 105. We've got the Dodge Neon in the TCS lane going against Darren Price in his Fox Body Mustang. 11.92, 96 miles an hour for Darren in the Mustang, a 15.06 for the Neon. Tarek Delmire from Delta in the 2022 Subaru going against Yu Chen Tao from Burnaby in the 2019 bike. All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. The lanes are now closed. Lanes are now closed. Yu Chen at 11.95, 124 miles an hour. And Tariq, a 14.07 at 99 with 8. Charles Leak in the Lordco lane. Pretty sure that was a father-son race, and the son just won, 11.21 at 130. Dad must have been having problems and let out of it. Dusty Rhodes, Lordco lane. Paul Chernoff in his 22 Tesla. Going against Grandpa's car. Dusty leading heavily over into the center line almost. At 11.59 for Paul and his Tesla, 12.38 for Dusty. All right, that looks like that concludes our Friday night street legals. Thank you so much for spending your Friday night here with us on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. We really appreciate it. Shout out to people on the live stream. We hope to see you down here either for the Fraser Valley boat drag starting tomorrow, folks. Come hang out on the beach with us as we hang out in the beer gardens, barbecue concession, and watch some cool drag boats. Gates open at 9 o'clock. Racing starts at 10 till 3 or 4. Come hang out on the beach on the Fraser River with us tomorrow. Don't forget, next Friday is the next Friday Night Street Legals, July the 21st. Be sure to make it a big one, folks. It's not supposed to be as hot. So bring on your cars, bring your friends' cars. Let's have some grudge matches, folks. So thanks again to all racers, spectators, pit crew, kids, everybody. Please have a safe drive home, respect the speed limits, and we'll see you again next week.